I'm not used to starting when it's almost dark out.
Wait until time changes. It'll be really
Yeah,
fun.
next weekend.
Next week. That's it.
We are live.
Okay, thank you so much. It is Monday, October 26th at 6:03 p.m. I'd like to call to order this special meeting of the Palo Alto City Council. If the clerk would please take the roll.
Councilmember Cormack,
Here.
Vice Mayor Du Bois,
Here.
Councilmember Filsa,
Here.
Mayor Fine,
Here.
Councilmember Nis,
Here.
Councilmember Ku,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
Thank you so much. Our first order of the day is a study session, an update and discussion of Palo Alto's race and equity work, including discussion of a mission statement from one of the ad hoc committees, reorganization of the committee structure, and other items. Just kind of framing this up before we go to the staff report and then oral communications on this topic. There are kind of 3 things we're looking at tonight. One is briefly reviewing the mission statement and some of the work from the citywide ad hoc committee on diversity. Then 2, really digging in deep into the police policies and the transparency and accountability ad hocs and the work they've done. And then 3rd, I would love to hear feedback from the community and the council on what do we do with these ad hocs going forward as we're reaching the end of the year and an election. Our next meeting of this type will kind of be focused on the handoff and next steps. So I think that's that. And with that, I'll hand it off to staff.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Perhaps just picking up as the mayor suggested that with the end of the calendar year coming up, we have set up a staff presentation that will talk about the items within the context of tonight being a study session. Should it make sense organizationally for that then to lead into next month in November being an action item, then staff can organize material accordingly. So with that, let me ask our new Deputy City Manager, Chantal Cotton-Gaines, to report on behalf of staff.
Thank you, Ed. Can everyone hear me? Awesome. So right now we have a presentation up on your screen. So I am going to work through this with Steve Guarliardo as well as Assistant Chief Andrew Bender. Next slide.
Sure. Hi.
So as the mayor outlined very well, we'll be going over a few things today, just some refreshers to remind everyone of the framework and the police and citywide practices. Looking at a summary of the work, the great work done by the alternative models ad hoc, and then looking specifically at some of the policing practices. We're going to give an overview of something that's in your November 2nd council packet related to the Section 300 policy changes, as that item right now is on consent. So we wanted to make sure that there was good background for you as it relates to the conversation today, and then going into the council discussion and feedback and next steps. So again, the refresher of the mission statement, looking at, I'll just read this one. The city of Palo Alto is committed to creating a respectful, fair, and professional workforce and workplace and city. We will identify inequities and prejudices, welcome diverse perspectives, and use a collaborative approach to create an environment that works for everyone. And this was drafted by the Diversity and Inclusion Ad Hoc Committee. Next slide. And as another refresher, the framework that was presented at your September 28th update on race and equity, this sort of summarizes a way to look at the work where we have been doing community engagement and learning all throughout. The transmittals shared with council in the previous months have really focused on data collection, learning the workflow, thinking about the policy manual, reviewing use of force, information, data, and calls for service data, as well as looking at legislation that was pending. And we're really, as of the last probably month, moving into this gaps identification phase where the ad hocs are identifying processes and policies where current practice could be improved, identifying areas desire for changes, and also continuing to get feedback through these council race and equity updates. And then, as Mr. Shikata mentioned, looking at next month with a potential action item with the city council as our race and equity update, thinking about some policy direction on those gaps identified. And the last refresher, which is the next slide, are the 8 practice areas as we discussed at your September 28th meeting. The 4 policing ones are public contact data collection and trend analysis, also known as STOP data, officer deployment priorities and practices for nonviolent calls, officer conduct, investigations and transparency, and discipline and accountability. And for the citywide practices, it's looking at hiring and promotions, including board and commission appointments, and that also includes hiring and promotions with public safety. Second is board and commission engagement with race and equity issues. 3, continuous learning and improvement. And then the 4th is norms and expectations of conduct. And again, all the citywide practices also factor in employees of the police department. The next slide. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Steve Guardiardo to give a summary of the great work done by the Alternative Models Ad Hoc Group.
Thank you, Chantal. Good evening, council members. Steve Guagliardo, Principal Management Analyst with the Administrative Services Department. So this slide provides a brief summary of the Alternative Models Ad Hoc. This ad hoc was tasked with looking at different alternative models for the delivery of public safety. The summary of the findings is seen there, and one of the big highlights is that it's unique for Palo Alto that we provide our own medical transport service. You may hear this referred to as 201 rights. We're one of the only jurisdictions in the state that actually provides ambulance service from the call to the hospital. Most other jurisdictions in California instead rely on a county contract to do that transport. As such, combining police and fire into a unified model is a bit less advantageous for us at the staff level, at the line level, if you will. And so what this ad hoc looked at was not only that model from a consolidated perspective like Sunnyvale, but also looking at other alternatives such as Cahoots out of Eugene, Oregon, or STAR out of Denver, Colorado. Both of those programs provide a different response than a police response to certain types of calls for service. The other thing that this ad hoc explored was the Psychiatric Emergency Response Team, or PERT, which is sponsored by the County of Santa Clara, as well as the Mobile Crisis Response Team, or MCRT, which is also sponsored by the County of Santa Clara. So one of the ongoing actions from this is that staff is currently participating in Santa Clara County's PERT program, which pairs a licensed clinician with a police officer and provides a response to certain types of calls for service. As you may have seen on the last slide, the second practice area for police is officer deployment priorities and practices for nonviolent calls. And the findings from this ad hoc really square up pretty perfectly with that. And as such, it's recommended that this work be continued through that practice area. The next part of the conversation is just going to quickly go through the police practice areas. These next slides should look familiar. They are very similar to what was presented at the last check-in to City Council as a study session. And again, to Chantal's point, it's really just meant to refresh and reorient as we continue this conversation together. So the frameworks for the police practice areas are going to be covered by Chantal and Assistant Chief Bender as we go forward. The practice areas are broken down according to the following template: background, current practices, areas of concern, and City Council options to consider. Tonight, we're going to focus on those last two bolded areas, the areas of concern and City Council options to consider to address those areas of concern. And we'll go through each of the 4 police practice areas as we go forward. And it's really a report out from the police policy manual, data and hiring ad hoc, as well as the transparency and accountability ad hoc discussions. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Chantal.
Thank you, Steve. So the police practices area number 1, this information was actually presented at your September 20th meeting, so I will breeze through this one. The policing practice area is public contact data collection and trend analysis. Potential areas of concern to address or the gaps that the ad hoc identified were the department-focused activities and priorities, where patrol time is spent, and the Second part is, do officer contacts disproportionately affect people of color? And does increased contact lead to additional use of force? City Council options to consider: providing policy direction on the prioritization of types of enforcement activity, if there are potential focus areas. Resourcing to ensure data is available and accurate related to staff and software. Ensuring personally identifiable redacted information is available in the open data portal. And lastly, accelerating the collection of contact demographics and pursuing statistical research studies with some level of regular frequency. And that relates to the state regulation called RIPA. Next one. Policing practice area number 2 is department deployment priorities and practices for nonviolent calls. The areas of concern to potentially address are thinking about alternative options for responding to mental health, social issues, and low-level crimes. As Steve reported out the work of the alternative models ad hoc, they really spent some time thinking about how do we respond to welfare checks and nuisance calls, thinking about aligning our response to calls for service with the nature of the call itself, and also thinking about funding related to that, and if there are any regional or community resources or collaboration opportunities. The second is a conversation about dispatch, thinking about if the script creates any specific angst or tension or escalation related to officer response, and are there any additional tools that we can offer related to dispatch, or even broader education for all of us related to the dispatch script and the internal auditing process related to dispatch. On that, I will give it to Assistant Chief Bender. Oh, sorry. One more slide. Council options to consider: thinking about the role of dispatch, additional training for dispatchers, if there should be a shift in resources, such as a medical type of resource. The third is thinking about the PERT or CAHOOTS model, really emphasizing the mental health related cases, calls for service. And lastly, if there is an increased role for community service officers related to nonviolent calls, such as welfare checks and taking reports. And with that, I'll turn it to Assistant Chief Bender to go through policing practices 3 and 4 really briefly.
Thanks, Chantal, and good evening, Council. So I'll be talking about police practice number 3 and 4, and 3 has to do with officer conduct, investigations, and transparency. And some of the potential areas of concern that we talked about is the current use of force reporting and the IPA review are currently limited to complaints, officer-involved shootings, and taser use. And what other options for transparency might there be? And when does the public get the recordings and other case information? And so for you, Council, some of the options to consider would be support an expanded role of the district attorney here in Santa Clara County or the attorney general in case review. Develop policy on timing and circumstances of records release, for example, upon the conclusion of an administrative interview when the administrative investigation can no longer be unduly influenced, we're ready to release those materials. And then lastly, expanding the IPA reporting to be on all use of force cases involving great bodily injury. Next slide, please. Policing practice number 4 has to do with discipline and accountability. And some potential areas of concern to address are the public disclosure of allegations and sustained findings, looking at informal investigation reports, the number of IPA or OIR presentations per year, an external web page where we condense everything, and considerations of what is made public. And then secondly, PAPOA negotiations in 2022 and areas of interest that the council would like to address. And again, for police practice number 4, some council options to consider would be a holistic and comprehensive annual report on revised use of force investigation, which includes de-escalation and how we're using that in our use of force cases moving forward. An annual review and report out of policy manual changes to the city council, ensuring that policy manual posted online remains current on an annual basis. Also, an annual report to package existing reports related to discipline together so everything's in one place, and advocate at the state level for changes to POST or POBAR, which is the Police Officer's Bill of Rights, and any other changes such as decertification of individual officers. Next slide, please, Steve. And then transitioning from those policing practices, I want to just take a brief moment here to preview what you'll see next week, as previously mentioned on the November 2nd agenda, and that's our revised policy 300, which discusses the department's use of force. So for some context, back in July and August of this summer, the police department met with Human Relations Commission as well as the council to review 8 can't wait policies and how our policies at that time stacked up, and then also revisions to our policy moving forward. And so in that packet, you'll see a final revised policy that addresses a number of things. First of all, the council directives that you gave us on August 24th, the HRC recommendations on policy changes based on the 8 can't wait policies from July 22nd. And then lastly is the latest legal updates from Lexipol, which is our policy provider. And let me just hit a couple highlights of what that policy revision is going to include. It's going to prohibit any technique that's deliberately applied for the purpose of restricting blood or airflow to the head or neck. We've added a significant amount of language with respect to de-escalation to include de-escalation alternatives. We actually came up with 9, 6 of which we pulled from the SFPD's policy manual, as was previously recommended and discussed, and then 3 of which the PD and Lexipol came up with. And so we have 9 there that you'll see. We're also, the new revised policy will require officers to use other reasonably available resources and techniques when safe and feasible in deadly force applications. We added a force options chart based on SFPD's use of force policy. This was also a recommendation. And you'll see that that chart essentially delineates how a subject's actions and level of resistance correlate to the type of force available to an officer. It really spells that out. And then lastly, we moved pointing a weapon or discharging a weapon to the force policy, so it's all in one place. Thank you. And I'll turn it over to Chantal at this point.
Thank you, Chief. So the last 2 slides just summarize really the discussion that we are seeking to have with you today, which, as we mentioned earlier, we're looking to bring the next race and equity update at the November 16th meeting, and looking for some council direction that day related to the items that the mayor went through earlier, thinking about the mission statement, action on new policies or policy changes related to the gaps that we've just gone through for the policing areas. And then also assignment of the ad hoc work, thinking beyond this current year. So then the last slide we have for you today is based off of the discussion that has been had at the ad hoc meetings. We really came up with a list of things that we think are reflecting what we've heard to date based on the great work that the ad hocs have done. So I'm just going to run through them quickly. The first is adoption of the draft mission statement as a guide for all citywide diversity and inclusion work. The second is council engagement on the demographic data collection and reporting. So thinking about the stop data, how frequently you get that report, as well as us implementing the requirements of the new state law. 3, pursuing participation in Santa Clara County's PERT program related to the mental health response. 4, asking staff to develop a policy on timing and circumstance of records release, as the chief mentioned, really thinking about that in terms of when information can be released, as long as it wouldn't interfere with an active investigation. 5, expanding the duties of the IPA to include more than the current suite of their scope of services, which right now it's just officer-involved shootings, taser use, and complaints. So there's interest from the ad hocs in expanding that to be much more expansive. Number 6, asking staff to prepare an annual report on revised use of force investigation, which includes de-escalation. The thought here was having a time where we would bring something to the city council that has the use of force information similar to the memo that was shared earlier this summer in one of the transmittals that just identifies use of force that has taken place and de-escalation attempts as well. Number 7, incorporating police reform into the legislative priorities for 2021. The Policy and Services Committee will be having a discussion in December. And so if this is something that the council is interested in voting into that, this would be a reflection, being able to send that to Policy and Services as well. And lastly, send all citywide and policing practices work to the Policy and Services Committee for next year as part of the diversity and inclusion work more broadly. There are some other options listed in the staff report. This one is a staff recommendation just based off the nexus between the policing practices and the citywide. So this is a possibility for council to consider. So with that, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your time. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager Gaines, and thanks to all the staff members for that presentation. Quick request, could staff send the presentation out to council? And are there any clarifying questions from my colleagues before we go to the public? Seeing none, let's please go to members of the public who wish to speak on this item. If you'd like to comment or ask questions, please raise your hand in Zoom and the city clerk will help you provide your comments.
Any member of the public that wishes to speak on this item, please raise your hand and I will call your name. If you are on a phone, please dial *9, which will raise your hand. Our first speaker is Winter Dellenbach.
Yeah, I would really ask that the mission statement be rewritten. As it is, it's ambiguous and I think it's very weak. I mean, no disrespect, but it sounds like HR could have written it in the 1980s rather than in the wake of George Floyd's murder. In June, our city committed to ending systemic racism, and I think any mission statement should include those words, and the mission statement clearly reflect their meaning. I ask that it be rewritten and brought back to the council. Also, I would also ask, I saw that originally the use of force was on action item tonight. It was pulled from tonight's agenda and it appears on the November 2nd agenda as on the consent calendar, item number 3. And when you get to the end of reading all the information, it looks like if you would pass on it, it would actually be adopted as a consent item. It's 13 pages long. There are 22 new or changed use of force code sections in it. There's a lot of new information, a lot of changes. I looked at it just for a couple minutes today. There's some things that I like, but this absolutely shouldn't be adopted on the consent calendar. It should be pulled from the consent calendar. It is too important. We have an FBI investigation right now. We've had ex-Sergeant Benitez charged with criminal charges. This isn't the time to adopt this on consent. Also, I want somebody to ask on the PERT program, as far as I know, it is one shift, 12-hour shift per day, or is it per week, that you would have a PERT person and only dealing with mental health, not homeless and not drug issues, and compared to the CAHOOTS. And seems like we're being urged to go ahead and go with PERT. And how about the CAHOOTS program, which deals with all 3 of those areas and is awfully much better, but to clarification on CAHOOTS. And one last thing, for next year, collective bargaining agreement with the unions and expand the IPA role. Thank you.
Thank you, Winter. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Aram James.
Hi, thank you so much. First, I want to say that the Brown Act actually requires that you give us more time to speak. 2 minutes is not enough. Second, I want to say that I second everything that Winter Dellenbach says, and I incorporate it by reference to get through what I want to get through. First of all, I'm going to use words that are referenced by the book written by Isabel Wilkerson called Caste, which I urge you all to read. If you're truly interested in racial and sex equality, please read the book Caste. With that in mind, I I think it's extremely important that you recognize that the police force has a history of violence against people of color, those in the non-dominant, the subordinate caste. In particular, African Americans and Latinx, you need to recognize that and be straight out about it. I'm grateful for the improvements claimed that to be offered, but we're well past that. We need to take a material amount of money that we're spending on $45 million that we're spending on the police, the up to $200 million on their new headquarters, and realign it with things we're going to need more as if we attempt to even emerge from this pandemic, especially mental health services. We know that there are several things that the police, as a matter of practice, are incapable of serving effectively. One is domestic violence. Another is suicide claims. A third is anything related to mental health. Let's invest in true safety by taking money away from the police service as it exists and reinvesting where our community needs it. Second, although this has to do with the diversity in the city, although Ed Chicada has done a fantastic job of hiring an inclusive management team, and you all in City Council, I recommend that you take notes from that. The City Council continues to engage in practices that further cast inequality in our city. One is the continual practice of endorsing and campaigning for dominant caste candidates over the majority of candidates who are women and or people of color. Sorry, I need a little more time, especially with regard to commission applications and the white men, AKA dominant caste people that the dominant caste City Council members continue to endorse for the future. Second is the continual practice of reducing the size of commission membership, thereby
that's
limiting.
2 minutes.
I know, as I said, Mr.
We have to
Fine.
keep everybody to the same rules, please.
Okay, so I'm going to now state a official complaint that you're.
I believe that's 2 minutes. If you'd like to comment more, you can certainly join another item, speak in oral communications.
Okay, and I hope you
email to the
also have
council.
the community speak.
Can we please go to the next speaker? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram James. Aram, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I wanted to talk about AB 3121, the Reparations Act that includes a 9-member commission on reparations that the governor signed on September 30th, 2020. I'm asking that we have a similar committee on reparations in Palo Alto so that we can start to talk about undoing some of the harms, the many harms that have been done by the Palo Alto community in terms of access to housing, police violence. You know, we have a police department that has a long and vile history of racism. We've got to do something about that. A classic example is we continue not to discuss the Zach Perone cover-up, and we have a city manager who shifted the game plan. Instead of sending this to the IPA, they kept it internal. So here's 4 people that you might want to reach out for a reparations committee in Palo Alto. And that would be former city council member LaDoris Cordell, former city council member Hillary Freeman, former HRC member Lakiba Pittman, also Juliet Hames, who's an author and professor in a variety of other important issues related to race. And if Claiborne Carson lives in Palo Alto, Claiborne Carson as well. So again, before we can have a real discussion about police change of culture, we need to come clean on the Zach Perone matter. We've got to hit that head on. We also need to work in coordination with the district attorney's office, Jeff Rosen, to create a robust police crimes unit that would have the discretion, and a unit within that department that would be independent of the district attorney's office and would be able to make charging decisions against rogue police officers, brutal police officers in all of the cities in this county. I'll talk more at a later time. Thank you.
Thank you, Aram. Any other members of the public that wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand. Mayor Fine, there's no other member.
Okay, thank you very much, Clerk Minor, and thank you to our speakers. Let's please return to council. Please hit your hands if you have any questions, comments, or ideas. And just a quick reminder, I think 3 areas would be helpful for us to focus on are the mission statement, kind of that core area, Deputy City Manager Gaines and our Assistant Police Chief went through. And then part 3 is kind of what you would like to see us do in our November meeting of this same type. Councilmember Cormack.
Sorry. Good evening. Thanks, Mayor Fine, and thanks to staff for trying to help us shape this. And since we've split apart, bring it back and figure out what our next steps are. I want to start with something that I think is really important that'll be coming next month in terms of what I'm looking for staff to help us with, and that's on page 3 of the staff report. It's understandably hard, even for those of us participating in it, to sort of keep what we've learned where and what the next steps are. So thanks for the idea to set up a template with what we've learned, what we're doing now, what are the gaps, and how we're going to move forward. I think that will really help us when we need to make some decisions next month. One thing that I think, I just want to double click on a few things in the 4 policing practice areas that are personal concerns for mine. And one of them I think is missing from the 8 next steps. And that's about policy direction on the prioritization of the types of enforcement activity. Our police force spends a lot of time on traffic stops. And the #1 reason someone picks up the phone and calls the police is for a welfare check. So I do want us to spend more time on that. And I don't see that called out exactly in terms of understanding how the police spends their time. With respect to mental health, social issues, welfare checks, nuisance calls, I think we need a little bit more information. To some of us, welfare check sounds like something that's, potentially not dangerous and perhaps straightforward, or we're only basing this on our own personal experience with this. So I think we need to learn a little bit more about that, and that will help us identify what's the right organization to do it. I will say I'm not convinced that if we do have social workers, that they should be part of the police department. In the same way that when you call dispatch, you might get a fire resource, you might get a police resource, perhaps you would get a social service resource. It could even involve some of the people we already have in CSD who are working with nonprofits. So I want us to think broadly about how that might be structured. And that brings me to community service officers. Saw one of their cars the other day. They're still pretty scary cars, and it's not necessarily 100% clear to people what a community service officer is. So I wonder if the police department could just refresh our memory as to who they are and what they do now before we make any decisions about what they do next.
We ask Assistant Chief Binder or Chief Johnson to speak to that.
I'll take it. Thanks for the question, Councilmember Cormack. So our community service officers, they're non-sworn, meaning they don't carry a gun. They're not police officers, but they do handle a lot of the low-level activity that basically doesn't put them in necessarily a position where they could be confronted or have to use force or anything like that. So let me give you some examples. They may respond to a non-injury car accident. They may respond to meet the citizen to look at a citation, potentially a citation sign off. They may deal with parking issues or towing vehicles. So they could go to what we call cold report. So it could be a report where there's no suspect information, there's no information that would lead us to believe that there would be a confrontation with a suspect, and they could take a report and document whatever items stolen and establish that a crime has occurred.
And are they pretty busy? I mean, are they like flat out? Do they have more work than the two? There's 2, right?
There are 2, and I would say that they stay consistently busy. When just like for a police officer, one day they could be extremely busy, and then one day there couldn't be a lot of calls. There might not be a lot of calls for them. It just really depends.
Okay, thank you so much. Interim Assistant Chief Binder. I think I got all that right, but if I missed one or put one in, you'll let me know.
No interim in this
No
case.
interim. Excellent. Okay. Assistant Chief Bender then. Thank you so much. In general, I'm supportive of the rest of the things that are on these practices 1 through 4 for us to spend some time on. I do think it's important for us to advocate at the state level for changes to post and the Police Officer Bill of Rights. So I look forward to that moving forward. And then the other thing in the staff report is sort of foreshadowing decisions we might make about how to move this work forward. And I'll be interested to hear from my colleagues on whether we do thoughts on pros and cons of a Blue Ribbon Commission, City Council Committee of the Whole, City Council Public Safety Committee. And the one thing that I think has been very clear this year is that we on council have certainly all learned a lot going through this process. And perhaps we knew less about the police force than we should have when this began. So I would be inclined to have whatever it is that we choose remain at the council level, so that those of us who are remaining and those of us who will be joining, those who will be joining us are able to continue this work. It's not necessarily exclusive of others assisting us, but I think it's important that we retain a significant part of the work at our level. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Councilmember Niss.
So I think what Councilmember Cormack just said is true. Keep it here for now. Take it on to next year. It's a long project. Let me kind of divert for a minute. I had the good fortune today to hear Ron Davis. And how many of you remember who Ron is from East Palo Alto, who went on to the Obama administration and so forth. He is fascinating to listen to if you have heard him. And he speaks so plainly, but in a way that I think is easily heard. I'll mention 3 things that he talked about. And he referenced this slightly differently than I will, but we are a very different city from our surrounding cities. We don't have the same problems. We have different problems, but they're not the same problems. And as he said, if we look at this as an ecosystem, which it is, we do need to look at how do all our groups function together and what effect do they have. He spoke very plainly about the challenge, especially for kids who are of color, particularly kids who are Black. And I know many of you have heard the conversations about what's called the talk that parents have with their kids when they're teenagers. The kind of thing that we don't probably concentrate on in Palo Alto. But I think it's one of the things that we need to be very aware of as we go forward. Then we talked about something very, very definitively, which is how do you judge your officers? Do you do it by, are there counts? Are there a certain number of arrests that need to be made every month? What sort of system do we have for evaluating the officers who work for us? And all of you know the stories of, it gets to the end of the month and the officer doesn't have enough arrests, so they begin to look for things that are somewhat different. And so, as I said, I'm speaking very plainly because I think we need to when we're talking about our police force. We talked about PERT. Again, one of the things that former Chief Davis said was if you switch to a system, whether it's Cahoots or one of the other systems, PERT, whatever it may be, he said the initial cost is very high. And you need to have that perspective if you are going to actually change to a different system, that it will cost you far more initially. And then you will need to have a very appropriate way to evaluate whether or not that has been successful. You in your ad hoc committee may have listened to people who come from some of the other cities. And if not, and Ron Davis is willing to talk at some point, maybe even with a small group, I think it would be just very advantageous. And for me, it was, many light bulbs went off. That policing is complicated. It is not an easy part of what we do or what Ed and Chantel oversee. It's complicated. So that doesn't address our exactly our report tonight, which we are, as it says, we're looking at it tonight. We're not going to vote on anything, but I do think we want to think even more extensively about policing, because police and fire are the very kernel, they're the core of what we do as a city. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Next, I have Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, I want to, first of all, I want to just say thanks for the framework and the summary. And I also just want to thank our police officers who've been very proactive and dedicated throughout the summer working with us on this. So I think we've covered a lot of ground. So I was on 2 ad hocs, was on the policy and data ad hoc and the transparency ad hoc. And each ad hoc put together a slide of kind of, I think, open issues or issues for discussion tonight. So I don't know if I could just share my screen or staff wants to bring that up. Can I share?
Yes, please.
Tom, you can go ahead and share it. I don't have it.
Okay, great. Screen. Do you guys see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this was the police and data ad hoc. Some of these items were kind of mentioned in the summary slides. I think these were areas where we wanted to get feedback from the rest of council, and Lydia and Allison should jump in on this. But 10 years ago, we used to do data analysis on potential bias. That was included in I think that number 1 slide. We'd like to come back in November and really establish a time frame and understand the cost to implement. One other item that we had discussed that wasn't really captured was we've heard a lot from the leadership. We were talking about potentially doing a survey of our police officers in the field on use of force and other issues to really get some direct feedback from them, understand what's hard, what resources they need. This is kind of an open issue about how we would do this, but it was something we talked about as we looked at the policies. I think, came to the realization, you have policies, but then you also have a culture and a everyday kind of work environment. And we didn't really get a lot into that yet. And then the last 2 points on the memorandum of understanding with the labor union. We spent a lot of time talking about grievance procedures. I think we may have some items that we want to formalize for the next time the labor union contract is up for renewal. And then also creating transparency in negotiations. And, we had a council memo on this, I think about 2 years ago or over 2 years ago. I think we'd really like to get there with that. And then this last point here is how do we reward public safety culture that we want to see? So I guess I'll just continue but I would urge my colleagues to maybe comment on some of these things. On the transparency ad hoc, Eric and I talked a lot about the use of the independent police auditor. Again, some of these were captured on the slides. The current policy is really around use of force. Those tend to be a relatively small number of incidents. And so we were interested in potentially referring more categories of items to the IPA. We were also, I think, somewhat interested in doing maybe another performance analysis by the APA, maybe once a year, similar to a performance audit. which the rest of the departments have. And I think the idea was maybe start with one a year and see how that goes. But there's certain topic areas that really aren't covered under the normal police auditing process that we think could be beneficial to us and to the police force. Third one here is also clarification on getting back to a very regular schedule with those police audits. And even if something's under investigation or it needs to slip every 6 months or so, we should get a report on those issues. We had some questions about duty to report, making sure that was an outlier, like in the Alvarez case. And then I think this one was also captured in the staff report, but a little more detail on criteria and process for the content and timing of records release. Let me go back and stop sharing. So I think those are the kinds of things that if the council's interested, those two ad hocs would like to come back prepared in November, maybe with some specifics. The last one I'd have to say is I think the proposal to update the police policies annually is just too slow. I really think it should be pretty transparent. We should find a way that those policies could be updated to the public throughout the year, basically as we update them. So I think those are my comments for now. I'll stop there. So thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Next, I see Councilmember Phil Seth.
Yeah, thanks. Just briefly. So I worked with the Vice Mayor on ad hoc on transparency and accountability. And so the second slide he showed, yeah, basically there were sort of three things that we were interested in making sure it gets into the next phase. One was the whole, and I think staff covered it, the whole notion of, you know, the use of the IPA and how we do that, and are there sensible opportunities that it would be a reasonable thing to use them for some more stuff. Our sense was, you know, there's a certain amount of things that get sent to the IPA that aren't taser use and deadly force and so forth, just as chief's discretion. I think our impression is that, you know, when there's doubt, it tends to go to the IPA, and to some extent, this might be just formalizing a little bit of that. But we would like to, we thought it would be good to see more work flushing that out. Second, you know, again, I don't think either of us believes that there are, you know, systemic cultural violence in our police department or anything like that. But the Alvarez case is concerning. That you know, had it not been for this video that surfaced 6 months later, nobody would have even known about it. And so we'd like to understand, you know, how do we ensure that that was a one-off thing and an outlier, and it's not something that sort of goes on every week. None of us believes that, but we think that ought to be on the plate. And then third was again a policy on timing and issuance of reports and so forth, which we're glad to see that fall into the staff plan, because we didn't understand it completely either, right? And we tried. Right? So, all right. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Just jumping in on a couple things. So first of all, many thanks to staff, our police department, and also to all 6 of you, my council colleagues, for your work on this. I know this is kind of amorphous stuff, and we're trying to figure out like what are the next steps and how do we actually make changes in the city to ensure that we eliminate racism in our policing and public safety practices. And I think we're beginning to narrow that funnel a little bit, which is helpful. A couple of people, both on council and the public, have questioned, you know, what's the mission statement? What are we doing? I would just love to hear from others. You know, council members Nis, Cormac, and I and staff worked on this. It was based on a few statements from other cities that we saw, but also kind of the, you know, gestalt we kind of felt in the city as a whole about what we're looking for in terms of professionalism, fairness, both on the city and public side. So if folks have edits or suggestions there, I'm open to it. Getting to the alternatives, I believe a couple months ago, Councilmember Tanaka mentioned one really difficult thing in this is we're comparing apples and oranges, right? If Eugene has a separate system of serving folks, it's really hard to understand how much they spend on it, what kind of results they see. And I think we need to keep that in mind. These are long horizon changes. They're very important, but they're also expensive, and you're not always sure what you're getting for it. That said, I'm generally supportive of the PERT program. One or two of my colleagues asked about expanding the CSO program. And that's one of my questions is like, what is stopping us from today expanding the community service officers and having them take on more duties? What is the blocker there?
Perhaps the police department could respond within the context of how this program has actually already evolved some over the last few years, and where you see it might be headed.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. City manager is correct. This has been a process that we've been working on for well over a year now. And as Council Member Cormack and I spoke just moments ago, we have 2 right now. And we're definitely prepared and working through the process of getting more on board, especially in light of these conversations. We see the value in them and what they can add to the service to the community. So we have an established training program. We have the capability to do it. It's just a matter of working through the process. They are members of a bargaining group. So it's working through those things, making sure that they understand the roles and duties, and then moving forward with that. But the police department and Chief Johnson, this is something that's been on our plate for a while, and we're moving forward the best we can with it.
Okay. I think that may be something to keep the community apprised of. You know, like if we have 2 this year, should we expect 4 next year, or, you know, kind of those quantities? The other side is what you just mentioned in terms of bargaining units, and that's actually at the bottom on my list. How we look at the MOA and working with POPOA and the Police Management Association is really, really tough stuff. And there's some kind of, I mean this with total respect to all of our city employees, but they're kind of built-in biases. And I think we do have a bit of an opportunity now over the next 2 years to begin strategizing as a council and a community about how we approach those discussions. Moving on to kind of police work and the policies therein, I really do think we need to focus on the priorities of where we deploy our armed and badged police officers, men and women. Where do we need force? As a few others have mentioned, many of those calls, force may not be needed. And so we really need to focus on that. Agree with some of the recommendations from that ad hoc in terms of accelerating data collection, especially as it may relate to bias. On point number 3 about police policies, what would an expanded role for the DA look like? And do we have any ability to affect that here in Palo Alto, or is that kind of just advocating at the state or county level?
Assistant Chief Bender.
So one of the things that's before our Santa Clara County District Attorney Jeff Rosen that he's put before the County Chiefs Association is an amendment to our officer involved incident protocols within the county here. And what DA Rosen is proposing, and that is working its way through, is the DA's office has created a special unit, and that unit would look at any force incident for any agency within Santa Clara County that involves great bodily injury. So it'd be like a kind of a third-party neutral review of any incidents that met the criteria where the officer used force and there was serious bodily injury.
5 minutes.
Sorry, Assistant City Manager.
So, Mayor, to your point, I think one of the, on the question of the city, or specifically the council's ability to affect that type of change, I think it's fair to say, and Assistant Chief or Chief could correct me, that the DA has been working with the departments, the police departments, in order to gain support and collaboration for the role that Mr. Rosen is suggesting. That said, if the council has an interest, and whether it be supportive or not, that I think could also be a factor in how quickly and in what form something like that were to come forward.
Okay, thank you all. I know my time is up. Just two last comments. One, I think the 8 steps kind of highlighted at the end of this report are really, really helpful and begin to focus this discussion. And then in terms of what we do in November, I think you've all probably heard over a number of discussions in different subject areas. I'm not always terribly supportive of citizens commissions on things. I think sometimes that's just abstracting and deferring the decision that council should make. I think in this case, that may be warranted, whether it's a citizens commission, a blue ribbon commission. I think one, as a few have mentioned, this council and probably future councils are not as well versed in police as we should be, and that is a long process given the amount of money and the diversity of duties we ask our police department to do. I think it's also really important to instill at least public participation and hopefully confidence in that long-term project. So that's kind of where I'm leaning at the moment. I don't know exactly what kind of citizens committee that looks like, but that's my gut for the moment. Okay, those are my comments right now. Councilmember Koo. I think you're on mute.
I said a whole bunch too. On the Blue Ribbon Commission and the Citizen Commission that you just mentioned, Mayor, would that be the same as what Chief Johnson has as the Citizen Advisory Commission? Is that similar?
I think they're similar, but I think it's distinct. I kind of envision I don't want to say a new city commission, maybe it's a couple years, something like that, to work on, what does our police department do? How do we deliver public safety services? Is there bias and racism in them? And do citizens provide perspective on that? I think it's separate from the chief's advisory.
Okay, I just wanted to distinguish that. And obviously then would have to set kind of the tasks for that commission. My other question was, what are the, how would you compare the PERT program and the CAHOOTS program? I think, we've been talking about each of them a little bit separately. And, what are the limitations to the PERT program? I think one of the members of the public had asked about, how often will they come? How many shifts are they going to be on? How many are we going to get? What is the cost? So those are some of the things that would help really identify how extensively they would be used. So is there any, can somebody elaborate about the PERT program and the pros and cons, limitations, etc.?
I'm happy to do that, council member. The police department, as we said at the start of this conversation, going back months, for years, we've actually been in the hopper to be included in the PERT program. I say there's huge upside. I guess the only downside, I'll get to the upside in just a second. The only downside I can think of is the county has only so many slots and only so much money and only so many bodies they can give us. And so we're kind of at their mercy because it's their program. On the upside, the PERT program is going to pair a clinician with an officer, and that's the response that we really want. That's the new model that so many law enforcement agencies are turning to. It's the way to go. And is that clinician will be paired with an officer. They'll work the shift. The hours and days are still to be determined because, again, we're at the county's mercy with how much manpower they're going to give us. But the expectation is that that clinician is going to be available to respond to mental health crisis and even non-mental health crisis, or just calls that require some mental health assistance where the person may not be in crisis. So it's going to be very comprehensive. And the goal is to use that person as much as we can for anywhere in the city that is going to meet that type of criteria.
But it's still going to be on a single shift. It's not going to be the 24-hour rounds, right? We're only going to get one, so they can only ride during one shift.
That's correct. The county is going to set those hours. I'm guessing that they're probably not going to cover the midnight hours, but we know that the majority of our calls for service that are going to be mental health are going to be in, during the day and in the evening time. And so that we're going to do our best to work with the county and that clinician to get them when we're going to need them most in the city to be deployed and available.
And is that something that's going to happen every day, or is that certain number of days in the week that that county assigns them to us? Oh, so it sounds like we might be sharing them with other cities then.
Well, the hope is that we have someone, and even more than someone at some point, assigned to Palo Alto. But again, because they're technically a county employee, the hours and the days that they're going to be assigned to us is still to be worked out, of course, with some input from our part. And our position is we'd like as many as we can get for as long as we can get. So we're just going to have to wait and see.
Okay. With that being said, so I would really like to see something come back from staff evaluating or providing more information with regards to the CAHOOTS program, or even the other one from, I think it was listed here, STAR, or what was the other program? There was a couple of programs, but CAHOOTS being the main one, if you can bring that back to kind of share, what is the possibility of having that here in our city? What is the cost of that? And having it just a little bit available so that we don't have to depend on just that one that county is going to provide, and in some ways at that mercy. But this is something that we should move forward with as soon as possible. Then also, I see here on the staff report, it says that recent staff participations includes engaging in the city's hiring process and interviewing clinician candidates. Can you share a little bit more about that? What the discoveries was? And
that's 5 minutes.
Sure, let's have staff respond on that.
I believe that's Assistant Chief Bender as well.
Sorry to, can you repeat the question, Councilmember Koo?
It was just that it says in the staff report that staff had participated in engaging with the city's hiring process for interviewing the clinician candidates. So how's that coming along? Did they have a lot of interviews? What did you see from the interviews in their hiring? Just what is the interested number of parties? How does that make it so that we could have one sooner than later?
Yeah, a good question. I apologize for not catching it. So Captain Perone is our liaison with the county, and he's been the lead from the police department in getting our mental health clinician from the PERT program. He's participated in a series of interviews, and those interviews are ongoing. And the way that the process goes is they did a first round of interviews. They hired some clinicians. Unfortunately, because they could not hire enough, we did not get one the first time. There's been a second round of interviews. Our goal and our hope based on those interviews is that we have a clinician assigned to us by the end of the year.
Okay, so, okay, that helps with understanding how many rounds they've gone around already. So I think my 5 minutes is up, but I'd like to, if there's an opportunity for a second round. Thank you.
Perhaps as we make the transition, Councilmember Koo, if I might, I think your request to have staff come back on the CAHOOTS program, I think I would be remiss if not noting that would be a significant level of effort in order to develop actual cost estimates. I think the concept that we've been talking about really is recognizing that the CAHOOTS type approach is a whole new method of service and a new service model and level of service that the city does not currently provide. So certainly if the council wants us to focus on that as a priority, we can do so. I do think staff would need to make sure that we can balance among the priorities where we would be focusing our time. Because I do think, again, coming back with a more specific analysis of the applicability of that model here would be a pretty big lift.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the kid whining in the background. This life nowadays. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, just so I understand. So would PERT also cover drug issues and homelessness, or would it be limited in some way?
I think the focus for right now, at least as the program gets off the ground, so to speak, is the focus on mental health crisis and issues. But I think it's pretty common that we know that mental health can also be tied to low-level criminal activity or mental health, or homelessness. And so, I foresee a lot of cross correlation, or a lot of different issues that are part of mental health coming into contact with this clinician and the officer. So, for instance, the officer and the PERT clinician may be dispatched to a welfare check with a mental health component, but that person that the officer and the clinician come in contact with may also have drug and alcohol, substance abuse, or other issues that can be addressed at that time. So I do think, while it's not specific to ancillary issues that are associated with mental health, I think that they will cross correlate as we work through this program and start responding to these type of calls.
And I guess another difference here between Cahoots and this PERT program is that a police officer and a mental health person would go together, where Cahoots, I think the dispatcher decides and they send mental health without the police officer. Is that right?
That's my understanding as well. Yeah. So for this PERT program, the officer and the clinician will be riding around in the same car together and will be dispatched accordingly to mental health crises or mental health calls, with the intention that the clinician takes the priority and is the primary contact for resolving these type of issues when it's appropriate.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I'm interested in getting more info about a Cahoots-like program. I heard what you said, Ed, but I'm not sure we should just settle directly on PERT immediately. So I don't know if there's a way we could come back with a bit more detail, I guess, into what these two different service models would look like. The other thing was, I'd love to hear from the rest of the council on, again, some of those comments that I made. Is there an interest in doing more of a survey of the police force? And then I think Eric covered, the police auditor, but again, I didn't hear anybody else kind of ask questions or confirm if those were areas of interest. On the mission statement, I kind of agree with the public speaker that, I mean, it reads fine, but it does read a bit dated, and that, maybe we do need to be a bit more pointed in it, but, I'm not going to try to write it here or anything, but I thought that was kind of useful feedback.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. In terms of a couple of the questions you just asked, I'll jump in really quickly. A policy for timing and release of evidence or documentation, I'm in support of that. And expanding the IPA to all use of force incidents, I'm there for it. In terms of a survey, I'm hit or miss. I'm not really certain on that. I think it may uncover something useful. It may just be a forum for not useful information. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. Yes, so circling back on the data and reporting, I agree with you on 4 and 5, policy on timing and circumstances, and slightly expanding the duties of the IPA. I think those are appropriate. I want to thank that ad hoc for highlighting the concern about duty to report, which I know we all share, and suggesting that we have standard dates for the reports. I think those are helpful. With respect to the survey, just because the Vice Mayor just mentioned that, I've long been interested in doing that for our entire workforce. So I think there might be an opportunity there to incorporate it. You think about, really the work we're doing in police is an important but component of the overall diversity work and inclusion. And I think there's an opportunity for us to sort of put those two things together. I'm sure the city manager will be well positioned to think about how to deal with that for the whole workforce. I did want to follow up on Councilmember Nissa's question because I don't know the answer. How are our police officers evaluated?
Councilmember Cormack, are you talking about internally within the department?
Yes,
or-
like a performance evaluation.
So we
does-
have yearly performance evaluations that's completed by the immediate supervisor of the employee, and then those evaluations work their way up through the chain up to the chief of police for review and sign off.
And one of the things
And-
I'd like to just add to that is just for the community to be very clear, we do not have quotas within the Palo Alto Police Department. We don't advocate for a number of arrests. We don't seek a number of arrests or even traffic citations or quotas of any type. So we do set expectations and they're evaluated on how they apply those expectations.
Okay, helpful. And I still don't know what the expectations are.
Well, for example, council member, you talked about traffic enforcement being the number one things that our officers do. That's an expectation set by the community to enforce traffic. So we highly recommend traffic enforcement. Officers adopt schools to enforce traffic rules of the road around the school hours. So they're out there during those times. So we look for that in their evaluations to see how many times they've put themselves at the school, whether it's in the traffic enforcement or just for an engagement opportunity. So we set those kind of expectations, but we never set expectations due to numbers as far as we expect 20 arrests, 20 citations. There's none of that within the police department.
Okay, that's helpful. It might be more helpful on the next go round for us to just have a paragraph or two about that, just so we can refer to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, I see Councilmember Tanaka.
Thank you, everyone, for your guys' work on this. It's really important work, and looks like we're making some good progress here. One thought I had during this discussion is, I was thinking, our HRC has gone us pretty far, and I certainly know that we could certainly serve another commission or Blue Ribbon Commission. But one thought is maybe before you go there, maybe we should first look at our current HRC and see where the responsibilities they could take on. I've been the HRC liaison a lot this year, and they definitely seem to have a lot of passion for this topic, and the chair seems to be pretty well versed in this area. So I just want to encourage us to kind of utilize that commission as much as possible. If we need to expand it, so be it. But I just want to speak for the current HRC. I think it would be good for us to try to leverage them as much as possible. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss.
So let me pick up where Councilman McCormack just left off and go back to Chief. Are you there? Are you behind one of the squares?
I am behind one of the squares.
Going with his name on it. There you go.
Yeah.
Popping up. So I'd like to pursue just what Allison was talking about. As I said, I listened to Chief Davis today at some length. And one of our conversations was about how the community perceives their police are responsive and so forth. So I'm thinking of one person that I think we hear from once a week about how the traffic outside her house is always speeding. There's no question. So I think there are times when we need something a little more concrete as far as expectations go. And we can say, there used to be a huge problem with that. And you know what? That was one of the areas that the police concentrated on and said, we can make a dramatic improvement here. And they have. And here are some of the anecdotal, at least, stories that support that. Let me ask one more thing that I don't think has come up. If we look at the ethnicity of our police, what is it in Palo Alto, roughly?
Yes. Well, I mean, it's interesting that we brought that up, I believe, back in June and talked about it. You know, we are representative of the community when it comes to the breakdown. And it's one of those things we're always advocating and looking to hire people that are interested in this profession, regardless of their race or their gender. So it's something that we put out in our recruiting material, our recruiting messages, that we're looking for people that want to work and serve Palo Alto. So that's something that we can share at any time. I think we do have a chart somewhere showing the exact breakdown of how we're represented. And I want to say, I'd have to look it up, but I can get that to you.
Okay, I think if you would, and maybe we could bring that up the next time we do it. I think it's important for kids, for whomever, to see who it is that represents them. They see that very clearly. So I would appreciate it if you do that. And some more on evaluation and expectations, because I think that does help. We put our CAOs through that every year as well. And it's a good criteria to have. It's good to know, especially for the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Koo, I think you mentioned, there's your hand. Go for it.
Thank you. Yeah. So I did, just going back to the Cahoots and the PERT, there's also another one called the MCRT. Is that part of county, or is that, so would that be something that county sends when we call for it? How does that one work?
I'm happy to answer that call. Yeah, MCRT stands for Mobile Crisis Response Team. That is run by the county. That has no affiliation. It's not staffed by any law enforcement. It's civilian behavioral health clinicians. The beauty of that program is there are times when they'll work with PD if they get a call and there's an issue that they need police officers there. There might be a danger or safety issue, but they handle a lot of calls on their own. And there's a number, if you go on the website, that the public can call and have them respond out to their residents without any type of PD involvement or intervention, and they can handle it from start to finish.
Oh, so that's just like a separate department that has to do with clinician response versus having police go out.
Correct. It falls under the behavioral health services arm of the county, but it is not affiliated with law enforcement unless they call us out there because they need us for a certain reason or criteria.
You know, I wonder if that is something that we as a city can explore, a unit of our own of the MCRT. So just another question there for you, City Manager.
Yes, and
yeah.
I have to admit I have a similar response, and you know, recognizing this is an important area, that the resources necessary, the financial resources, quite frankly, to establish basically a new office and a new function altogether would be significant. I think the issue that the county has found with this type of service is the same issue we would encounter, in that I understand that they've had difficulty filling their positions and being able to provide this service on a 24/7 basis. So while the County of Santa Clara is responsible for this program currently, building on the infrastructure that they have today might be a more effective focus for us and trying to ensure that we can get a level of service that would be responsive to Palo Alto's need, rather than necessarily trying to recreate the service from scratch ourselves. That said, certainly defer to police department as they've been involved with these discussions to this point.
Well, it doesn't look like they have anything to say, but it's certainly an area, I mean, given that there is such a large response to mental health matters and mental health calls, that this is someplace that we might want to explore. So this is just on the table right now, but would love to hear more about it. In regards to the union negotiations. I would really like to see that we keep grievances and disciplinary separate from the pay and benefits and so forth in the union negotiations. With regards to the independent auditor, police auditor, love to see the expanding their scope, and also to include for them to review and audit the MOA as well as the manual. With regards to the statement, the mission statement, it's thank you for working on it. And it would be lovely if we could add in their language that pertains to also the community, the residents here in Palo Alto, including languages such as healing and providing dignity. I think there is already a language of respecting individuals, but I'd like to see that there is the retaining people's dignity and the healing process for the different people within our community, as well as including the residents in all of this, because there's a lot of language about workplace. Then lastly, this is not within this framework. However, we're looking a lot inward towards addressing race and equality. And recently, I think San Francisco has adopted what they call the Karen Act. And it's caution, oh gosh, I wrote it down somewhere. It's also a state bill that was introduced, AB 1550, which is about discriminatory emergency calls. It's a law that does not allow, that if anybody makes a frivolous call that has racial intentions, that it can actually be a violation and it could be a misdemeanor. So I would like staff also to kind of take a look at that, because I think that, a lot of the conversation about race also starts in the community as well, in our homes and so forth. So it'd be something to look at and to also see if that is something that we want to adopt as legislation here in our city, so that when we have these type of calls that come into police and it's found to be a frivolous call and there's racial intonations behind it, then that is something that perhaps should be forwarded to the DA. So this is the AB 1550, and it is introduced to the state to adopt as legislation. I think they're still reviewing it, but San Francisco has adopted what is called the Karen with a C, C-A-R-E-N Act. And I would really encourage and urge my colleagues to have staff take a look at that and bring it back. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Koo. Just going back to our deputy city manager, police chief, is there anything else you would like to hear from council tonight? Any direction, ideas, or kind of questions you're looking for?
I think one of the questions that the council will need to consider is whether you want to have additional ad hoc work between tonight and next month's city council discussion. I think we can take some of the elements that were discussed here. I think, as we mentioned, our efforts have been focused on trying to take your discussion tonight and turn it into recommended direction for next month, with the expectation, again, that you'll be somewhat turning the chapter for the calendar year to what will be the 2021 council docket. So some of the items we talked about this evening, I think, are ready for that. Others may take additional work. So again, maybe a question back to the council as to any topics that you feel you'd want to have additional ad hoc committee meetings and or just some opportunities to have the committees yourselves bring back separate items.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I think my gut would say is, have staff interpret what we've discussed tonight, kind of take it, come up with a draft, and maybe one last check-in with each ad hoc, if that's reasonable. That's my gut. And if folks have a differing opinion, please raise your hand and let's see that. Okay. If there's nothing else, still watching the participant screen, let's finish up this item. Thank you all so much. Thank you to staff. Thank you to PD. And again, thank you to my colleagues in the community for their work on this. I know it's tough, nebulous stuff, but it's super, super important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we now move on to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Just one note, item 4 has been moved out to November 9th. So 2 weeks out. Anything else, Mr. City Manager?
Let's see, we just note for the public's awareness, the addition of item 3A.
Thank you. Any comments or anything from my colleagues on agenda changes, additions, and deletions? Okay, let's please move to oral communications, where any member of the public may speak to an item not on the agenda. If you'd like to speak in this section, please do raise your hand if the clerk would help folks provide their comments.
Sure, Mayor, fine. Any member of the public that wishes to speak to anything not on tonight's agenda, please raise your hand. Or if you're calling in on your telephone, dial *9. And we will start with Stephen Rosenblum, to be followed by Vic Ojakian.
Hi.
Mr. Rosenblum, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, council members. This is Steve Rosenblum. I just wanted to apprise you of some upcoming events in our community with regard to the election on November 3rd. As you're all well aware, there have been a lot of statements by President Trump threatening not to count the votes, or if he loses, to not leave office. And we as members of Palo Alto and Mountain View communities have gotten sufficiently concerned about this that we've tentatively organized a rally on the corner of San Antonio Road and El Camino, and to protest in a case the election results are not respected. I know as elected officials, you particularly are keenly aware of the importance of the right to vote and the right of people to expect that their votes will be counted and be meaningful. And the fact that President Trump has threatened this makes it all the more important that we be ready to resist in case he does that. And I wanted to call your attention to 2 websites which deal with this. One is called choosedemocracy.us, and their pledge is, we will vote, we will refuse to accept election results until all the votes are counted. We will non-violently take to the streets if a coup is attempted. If we need to, we will shut down this country to protect the integrity of the democratic process. This is a nonpartisan movement, and it is all about our democracy and our electoral process. So I hope that you will, at least as individual citizens, take account of this and allow this event to take place, and to encourage people to attend if it should be necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenblum. Our next speaker is Vic Ojakian, to be followed by Neva Yarkin and Kristen Peterson. Vic, go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. First, I had to hit the unmute button. I sent City Council and the City Manager a communication this weekend because of my concern about what's happening with the public safety building project. For the record, I don't have any great fetish about buildings. It's not the building I'm concerned about. It's the services the building provides. After serving on a Blue Ribbon Task Force, funny to hear Mayor Fine mention that word again, I learned all of the deficiencies in this building. So part of the reason why I decided to call in is make sure the public understands, separate from what they think about police officers and how they serve, that building is so inadequate. And my understanding is it's even worse than it from 2006, which is hard to believe. That building puts the community, in my opinion, in great risk because of the potential of its inability to do certain services. And that's why it's needed. It's probably the worst police facility building in the peninsula area since I visited 10 of them. So I'm urging the city council, but I also want the public to understand that project needs to go ahead. Separate from people talking about cost, we delayed it so long, the cost has gone up significantly. Then in terms of the conversation you just had, AB 1550 didn't clear the process. So it'd have to be reintroduced if that's going to happen this next year. And there is a mental health liaison department out of the county behavioral health department.
Thank you, former Mayor Ojakian, for joining us tonight. Thanks for the comments.
Our next speaker is Neva Yarkin, to be followed by Kristen Peterson and then Michelle Liu. Neva, go ahead.
My name is Neva Yarkin and I live on Churchill Avenue. I've written to Dr. Sarah Cody, the Palo Alto superintendent, and the Pali principal regarding COVID-19. I feel there are major problems with students going back to school. One problem I see now, students who ride their bike to school, pedestrians walking in groups of 2 or more. There is no mask wearing or social distancing happening today going to Pali. When school starts at the high school, what will happen with the hundreds of bikers on Churchill Avenue going to Pali, waiting at the traffic light at Alma and Churchill to turn green? They will be bunched together with no mask or social distancing. This could be a super spreader for COVID before the students even get back into the classroom. I'm concerned with my health and those in the community. I also think Palo Alto should be keeping our eyes on the closure of the Boston public school system that occurred last week and the other states that are closing schools because of COVID. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Neva. Our next speaker is Kristen Peterson, to be followed by Michelle Liu and then Winter Dellenbach. Kristen, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Fine, members of the council. My name is Kristen Peterson, and I'm a Senior Associate of Government Relations for the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. I'm here this evening to invite you to join us for our 16th annual Applied Materials Silicon Valley Turkey Trot and to participate in our Sandhill Property Company Mayor's Cup Challenge. This year, the Turkey Trot, produced by the Silicon Valley Leadership Group Foundation, will be virtual for the safety of our community and our vulnerable populations. But with so much tremendous need in our valley, community support for our 5 local beneficiaries is needed more than ever. Our beneficiaries are the Second Harvest of Silicon Valley, Second Harvest Food Bank of Santa Cruz County, the Health Trust, Healthier Kids Foundation, and Housing Trust Silicon Valley. Over the past 15 years, we've donated $9.6 million to our community, and this year we hope to surpass 10 million. Your involvement can get us there. As you know from past years, our Mayor's Cup rewards mayors, council members, and city managers who register for the race. This year, points will be awarded for Turkey Trot-related outreach posts in newsletters, e-newsletters, and social media to your constituents. Points are also available if you'd like to champion these efforts on behalf of your council. I will be sending a follow-up email in the coming days with more information and collateral for the Turkey Trot, and how you can join us in our mission of providing health, hope, and a home. Thank you for your past support of the Silicon Valley Turkey Trot. We hope you will join us this Thanksgiving to show support for your community. Thank you for your time this evening and for the work you do on behalf of your community.
Thank you, Kristen. Our next speaker is Michelle Liu, to be followed by Winter Dellenbach, and then Cheryl Klein.
Good evening, Mayor Fine and members of the City Council. My name is Michelle Liu. I'm a native Palo Alton and CEO of the Health Trust, one of the 5 local nonprofit beneficiaries of the Silicon Valley Turkey Trot. As Kristen just mentioned, community support is needed more than ever. Thanks to folks like you, Turkey Trot proceeds have helped the Health Trust provide more than 23,000 hours of health education in the community, providing people with the tools they need to manage their health conditions. This year, Turkey Trot proceeds could help us deliver more than 200 healthy meals per month to homebound seniors in Palo Alto through our Meals on Wheels program. We encourage you and your constituents to join us in participating in the Turkey Trot and help us provide health, hope, and a home. Just go to svturkeytrot.com to sign up. Thank you so much for your service. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Michelle. Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach, to be followed by Cheryl Klein, and then Joshua Balow. Winter, go ahead.
Hi, I want to say hi to Cheryl Klein just because I feel like it. Listen, I may be whistling in the wind, but I get irritated that it seems to be the default now that we have 2 minutes. So I just spoke at your study session, as you all know, and there were 3 speakers. There's 16 speakers now. Everybody has 2 minutes. This makes no sense to me whatsoever. 3 minutes was the standard, and it's been cut to 2 minutes. You know, this is the reality. So we just had a complex group of things to speak to in that study session. I could be more cogent. If I have more time during my day, I can be more cogent, but I try. And when things are very complex, it's very hard to speak to an item in 2 minutes, even if you try to be organized and you write things down and you got things grouped together. It's very hard for the public to do that. I really ask you, this is probably not going to happen. Maybe it'll happen next year, but I want to go back to 3 minutes per speaker, particularly when there's a short list of speakers, because that's the rational thing to do. It's the respectful thing to do. Let's see, I think in the organizational chart, it's the residents and then the city council, and we need to be heard. You know, democracy, I think a lot of us are feeling is on a little bit of shaky ground right now. And I like to think that democracy is alive and well in Palo Alto. And when residents feel that they're having to speak at an all-out gallop and not say half the things that they would like to say, like I did tonight about some policies, things to carry over to 2021, it's not fair and it's not right.
Thank you, Winter. Our next speaker is Cheryl Klein, to be followed by Joshua Balow and then Sam Kapinski. Cheryl, go ahead. You may have to unmute from your end. Cheryl Klein, go ahead. You may have to unmute from your end.
Can you hear me?
There you go. Yep, go ahead.
Hang on.
Cheryl, you're going to need to turn off any audio you're listening to. Do you want to try it again?
I'll go back and call her again. We'll go to Joshua. Joshua, go ahead.
Good day. I hope you guys are doing well, and I thank you for your time. My name is Josh, and I've been heavily involved in the Bay Area skate park community for 25 years. Skate parks are the new form of YMCA. They statistically receive much more use than baseball fields, football fields, basketball courts, and tennis courts due to their ability to allow more people to use it at once, as well as being open at night with lights during the summer heat, which is very important in the area. Moreover, the popularity of skateboarding is exploding right now, as it will be included in the next Olympics. It is something healthy people can do to engage their mental flow state, as well as their artistic and athletic ability without the rules or judgment from referees or coaches. This is a very healthy outlet for kids and adults who are all battling the upcoming social media addiction and rise in suicide due to unrealistic standards advertised by social media algorithms. The most important part of this is Palo Alto should do everything possible for kids to avoid any more suicides in their city. Moreover, this is one of the last remaining places that are open to the public during COVID-19. A new skate park would provide these updated obstacles for kids to skate and adults as well as a free and safe place for them to exercise, build new friendships, and eventually become its own community. The city of Milpitas just finished their new skate park, which has just been opened, and it even includes lights for nighttime skating. We would all look forward to this same announcement from the great city of Palo Alto. Thanks again for your time and consideration. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Josh. Our next speaker is Cheryl Klein, to be followed by Sam Kapinski and Rob Levitsky. Cheryl, you're going to have to unmute from your end.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Fine and council members. I'm here on behalf of Alta Housing, formerly Palo Alto Housing, and I'm excited to tell you that Wilton Court received its building permits and closed its construction financing last week. Next week, we will start demolishing the buildings and then we will start building. I would like to thank the city and this council for your support of this project. Thanks to for your additional financial support earlier this year, we were able to get federal and state tax credits to help fund the project. City staff has also been incredibly helpful as we moved through financing and the permit process. Specifically, I would like to thank Claire Raybold, Rachel Tanner, Jonathan Lake, Henry Julian,
Cheryl, you have faded out.
Albert Yang, and Manager Shikata. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Our next speaker is Sam Kaplinski, to be followed by Rob Levitsky and then Arnold Matsuda. Sam, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Sam Kaplinski. I'm 15 years old and a sophomore at Palo Alto High School, and I'm here today again to voice the support for a new skate park in Palo Alto for the large community that would benefit from it. Right now, we only have Greer Skate Park, which is a historical skate park in California. It is great and lots of fun, but does not have much variety. However, given its historical value, it should not be altered. We need a newly updated skate park in Palo Alto with a variety of different types of obstacles so that kids and adults in our community have a safe space to practice their sport and art form. A petition started to show the need for the skate park in Palo Alto now has 2,000 signatures, with more than 600 of the signatures being Palo Alto residents, and the majority of the other signatures from surrounding areas such as Sunnyvale, Mountain View, and Redwood City. We obviously have a need for a new skate park. A common misconception is that skate parks are breeding grounds for illicit behavior. However, the reality is quite the opposite. Skate parks offer a safer area for kids to practice, which prevents them from trespassing or taking to the streets to look for somewhere to skateboard. Many of the other cities surrounding Palo Alto have great skate parks that are always filled with people, yet Palo Alto seems to be a step behind all of them. We need a brand new skate park offering updated features that can help the large community of skateboarders, BMX bikers, and scooterers progress in their sport and art form. Compared to soccer fields, basketball courts, and football fields, skate parks get more average visitors per day and cost a fraction of the price to maintain. Palo Alto has an abundance of parks that could host a skate park. Some examples are Bowdoin Park, Mitchell Park, Rinconada Park, and Party Park. Although complete funding from the city would be easiest, we are prepared to raise the money to create this park, as many communities have across the world. It is time for Palo Alto to get a new skate park, as all of the surrounding communities have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sam. Our next speaker is Rob Levitsky, to be followed by Arnold Matsuda and then Aram James. Rob, go ahead.
I'm here on behalf of the trees of Palo Alto. CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, says that if you have a local protective ordinance, for example, like historic houses or trees, that ordinance needs to be considered in the EIR. We say we protect oaks and redwoods of a certain size here in Palo Alto, but I believe the current EIR for Castanea improperly handles the protected trees by assuming in Ordinance Code 8.10.50B that any protected tree in the building area, like in the location of a proposed building, can be removed. According to Dave Doctor, who ran the arborist desk at planning for 20 years, this is an incorrect interpretation. The PTC ignored my questions about the trees and went ahead and certified the EIR. Allcheck called it the gold standard of EIRs, but it certainly is not the green standard. On October 8th, I emailed planning for an explanation of which subcategory of tree ordinance 8.10.50B they believe justifies the removal of Castanea oaks number 102, number 140, and 155. 18 days later, not a word back, not even a response saying like, we're working on it. If the council certifies the Castanea EIR as is, you may be setting a precedent that any builder could quote to remove any tree simply by proposing to build where the tree is. I look forward to receiving a clarification from planning or the EIR consultant on just how the removal of these healthy large oaks can be justified under tree ordinance 8.10.50B. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Our next speaker is Arnold Matsuda, to be followed by Aram James and then Curtis Smaller. Arnold, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Arnold Matsuda, and I wanted to express my support this evening for a new multi-ability skate park to be built in Palo Alto. I feel that a new skate park would be a wonderful addition to the growing number of dedicated and safe facilities for action sports in the Bay Area. Skateboarding has traditionally appealed to kids that don't fit into the team sports mold. However, with COVID-19, team sports and one-on-one activities such as martial arts have been suspended. Skateboarding is currently a thriving sport in the Bay Area. As green fields sit unused, waiting for teams to come back, any skate park in the Bay Area can be seen being used daily from dawn to lights out. As a parent, I've noticed that during a time of socioeconomic differences, the skate park we found it to be a great place for community, diversity, and inclusivity. It is the one place where we've witnessed harmony and people from all different backgrounds, whatever they may be, come together to use the skate park as equals. The building of the skate park can be seen as an investment into the continuation of this positive phenomena and strengthening of community, which is one of the important elements shared by Mayor Fine in his State of the City address. I would also like to advocate that skateboarding can change lives. To say that skateboarding has changed my son's life would be an understatement. It's because his life journey is unique in the sense that he was diagnosed with autism at the age of 3. After trying for many years to try and connect with him, We found that connection through the gift of skateboarding. Skating gives him a sense of purpose, a sense of belonging, and confidence in himself. The original goal was to ride the board on a flat ground. However, we consider our 1 in 55 to be our 1 in a million, as he found his passion and ability to ride the skate park. We can't take him where most kids go for recreation, but we're okay with that because we can take him to the skate park where inside that fence, the world is not overwhelming to him and gives him a sense of peace and sanctuary. A skate park designed and built to be inclusive of everyone could be like the Magical Village playground, which can potentially open that door of opportunity and inclusivity to all children, including those with special needs like my son. Thank you very much for your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you, Arnold. Our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Curtis Smaller, and then Rebecca Eisenberg. Aram, go ahead. You need to unmute.
Okay, how are you doing? I wanted to put a second on all this, the young people and other folks that want a new skateboard park in Palo Alto. Jameel Douglas, my significant other's son, was violently thrown to the ground in 2005 when he was skateboarding to what was then called Terman Middle School by Palo Alto police officer, maybe retired now, Brad Kilpatrick, but he didn't let that stop him. He has taken his skateboard and traveled as an ambassador all over the world, to Spain, to South Korea, just many places in the world. And a lot of it had to do with the fact that he had a skateboard and he had a way to relate to folks that might not fit within the norm. I wanted to mention a couple of things. One, Gustavo Alvarez is not a one-off. Do you remember the closed session that you had last week about Julio Arvalo? And we're talking about maybe a $10 million settlement. I would love to sit down with you, Eric and Tom, and give you a little of the institutional history on police abuse in this community. But let me shift now to Deputy District Attorney Jeff Rosen. He formed a police and law enforcement integrity team, and that was on shortly after his press conference on July 22nd. I really suggest that you invite him to a city council meeting, to a study session, so that you could fully understand prosecutorial discretion and the reason that we need a police crimes unit separate and apart from the normal district attorney's office, so they can exercise independent prosecutorial discretion to bring charges against bad cops. I'd also like to say to Lydia Koo, congratulations for talking about the 9/11 discriminatory law. Even if Vic says you can't, the state didn't pass it this year, let's do it in Palo Alto. Call me, Lydia, 415-370-5056, and I'll give you some examples of how my family have been impacted by just those kind of calls.
Thank you, Aram. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by TJ Britt, and then Yanai Levin. Rebecca, go ahead.
Actually, can Curtis speak before me, please?
Rebecca, would you say that again?
Can Curtis Smoller, who's on the list, speak before me?
We've lost, hold on, let me get him.
Curtis, where are you? Sorry, I'm screaming. He's my husband, guys.
I'm here. I wasn't sure why I was deleted.
Yeah, I don't know. Go ahead, Curtis.
Okay, well, first, I want to agree with Winter and Rebecca Eisenberg that it violates the Brown Act to unnecessarily silence the community by limiting speakers to 2 minutes in time, especially when there were 3 minutes before. What's particularly ironic was to hear Rebecca attempting to speak about the silencing of women and minors by the city council, only to be silenced by Mayor Fine mid-sentence. If you truly care about equal opportunity representations, you can start by letting community members, especially women, speak. I'd like to cede the rest of my 1 minute and 39 seconds to Rebecca Eisenberg.
Thank you, Curtis. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg.
Thank you so much. And thank you to Curtis, a man who's letting a woman speak. So as I was saying, the city council itself is perpetuating our the caste dominant system, in part by having a history of appointing almost only dominant caste members, AKA white men, to commission roles, and now even by reducing the size of commissions. That is not okay, and it makes it much harder to have representation on the city council and on the committee members. These committees and commissions need to be opened up so more people can participate. Okay, additionally, as I was saying about the police, the problem is one of violence against people of color, in particular African-American and Latinx people. And although the current police safety building might be in decrepit shape, I don't think that there is any relationship between a ugly headquarters and a propensity to beat up and brutally attack people of color. So I think we need to keep our priorities where they are, and with what was set aside, what's normally set aside for the unavoidable change orders and the many comments in the record stated about the safety building, it could cost as much as $200 million or more.
The keyboard is messing up, period.
I'm sorry? Wait, so anyway, or more, and we cannot afford that. For example, here are some things we could use this space for instead. Are you guys aware, you must be aware, that Palo Alto, despite its its homelessness situation, which is officially counted at something like 320 homeless people, which we know is an underestimate, we have zero beds for homeless people. Mountain View, which has a much smaller budget than we do, but actually has a business tax for which Google pays 60% of. And as a reminder, Google did not object to that business tax when it was proposed. They actually are in favor of it. Anyway, that business tax has gone to do great things for the community that also help Google, like have beds for every single homeless person in Mountain View. That money from the business tax also has built a lot of affordable housing in Mountain View. And guess who benefits from affordable housing? Employers like Google, because they have a much easier time recruiting when there are people who can actually live close to their job. Which brings me to the next thing. You really need to just approve the skate park. This is a waste of time that you would fight over this. And then the next thing I want to talk about is that I understand it is such great news that the city staff, who I really think you should listen to more, has urged you all, and it's going to be in next week, to settle the Foothills Park. I recognize that none of you are lawyers, so you wouldn't know this, but I am one, and I'm, happily sharing, as Aaron has as well, that this case against the city has great merit. Wait, I have 30 seconds left. Please don't mute me. Has great merit, and that it will win.
I'm sorry, you've actually been speaking for almost 3 minutes at this point.
But I have 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
And folks are not allowed to see.
Curtis yielded his time. Oh my God, I have another 30 seconds. Curtis yielded his time.
What's up?
So Adrian, if you could learn not to interrupt people, especially not to interrupt women, that would be extremely helpful.
You've been speaking for over 3 minutes now. And we need to make sure everybody has the same amount of time.
Adrian,
please move to the next speaker.
Our next speaker is TJ Britt, to be followed by Yanai Levin and Sam Oki. TJ Britt, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm here to talk about the skate park for Palo Alto. Hi, my name is TJ Britt. I am 13 years old, I love to skateboard, and I do it for multiple hours a day. I live in equal driving distance between the Menlo Skate Park and the Sunnyvale Skate Park. The Menlo Skate Park is called Burgess Skate Park, and the Sunnyvale Skate Park is called Fair Oaks Skate Park. Since it's a big hassle for my mom to take me to the skate park, it takes her about an hour and a half of driving total. I don't go to the skate park too often, but I do skate with my friends in Palo Alto. However, since we are skateboarding in the street, people get angry and tell us to leave. It is very hard to practice skateboarding. I think that if a skate park were built, it would be a safe place for me and my friends to practice our passion, and many others too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, TJ. Our next speaker is Yanai Levin, to be followed by our final speaker, Sam Oki.
Hello?
Yanai, go ahead.
All right, awesome. Hi, my name is Yanai, and I live in Los Altos. The closest skate park to me is in Mountain View. My parents aren't happy when I have to skate all alone on the dangerous no sidewalk roads. I would really benefit from a skate park in Palo Alto. The skate park in Mountain View is in an area that is a little bit sketchy. I've met so many incredible people and hope to meet so many more at Palo Alto's future skate park. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Yanai. And our final speaker, Sam Oki. Sam, go ahead.
Hey, my name is Sam. I'm 19 years old. I'm from Mountain View, and I'm here to voice my opinion on the skate park. I'm from Mountain View, and as you guys know, Mountain View Skate Park is nothing to be proud of. It's basically a few metal ramps plopped into an empty parking lot. And I had similar experiences as these younger guys who just spoke before me. And when I used to skate around town and get yelled at, I actually got hit by someone when I was in Los Altos, some lady when I was skating by Pete's Coffee. So that wasn't fun either. Anyway, I skate at Sunnyvale Skate Park quite often, but it's really crowded there, especially now because they're the only park with lights on the peninsula, besides Redwood City, which is very, very far from us. And I think it would be very beneficial to have a skate park in Palo Alto, as there is quite a live skate scene around here, and we would all enjoy it greatly. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. And that's our final speaker, Mayor Fine.
Thank you to all of our speakers. We appreciate your comments. Mr. Vice Mayor, I see your hand. Is it regarding that?
Super quick. I just wondered if city manager could talk to the Parks and Rec liaison and just see where a skate park is and their priorities.
Certainly, we'll have staff provide a report back to the council. I think ultimately, I'm not sure that there is a project such that consistent with the discussion we've had around boards and commissions, it may be an appropriate referral to that commission.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Councilmember Niss, you're on mute.
Cheryl Klein tried to speak to us and had trouble. I wonder if we could give her another time to speak. She's trying to announce what's going to happen with our affordable housing project. And I don't know about the rest of you, but she drifted so far back I couldn't hear her.
I would suggest, I think we have an item on Wilton Court next week on the agenda. Is that correct?
I don't know.
If I may, Mayor Fine, I took the liberty of emailing Ms. Klein at her work email address, suggesting that she send her comments in a written format, particularly because she was so complimentary of a number of staff people, and I'm sure the city manager would want to follow that along.
Yes, thank you. I think she faded out, in particular when she was calling out names. So really would like to acknowledge.
So anyway, she in the email response, which she quickly sent, she apologized for the technical difficulties. So I expect we'll all receive that at our city council address, which will then be a public document that everyone will be able to view.
Thanks, Councilmember Niss and Cormac and Mr. City Manager. And
maybe she'll come back again next week so she can say it out loud. She's worked so hard on this.
We have a Wilton Court funding agreement. Okay, that concludes oral communications. Thank you, everyone. Let's now please move to the consent calendar, which is items 2, 3, and 3A, and open to motions on that. Councilmember Koo.
I wanted to register a no vote.
On which item?
On 3.
Okay. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, I'll move the consent calendar.
Okay, consent calendar is moved by the Vice Mayor. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Niss. Let's go to the public. For any member of the public who may wish to speak on items 2, 3, or 3A. Sorry, I should have gone there first.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to the consent calendar, please raise your hand. Our first speaker is Randy Pop, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. Randy, you may need to unmute from your end. There you go. Randy, go ahead. Randy, go ahead. Randy, can you hear? I'll try him again in a minute. Our next speaker on the consent calendar, Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Curtis Smaller.
I will stick to the consent calendar, and I'll try to
Go ahead, Rebecca.
Thank you. I'm speaking on the consent calendar, but I don't know what Curtis was speaking about. But I want to speak about number 3, the so-called quasi-judicial in the consent calendar. First, I want to say again that the City Council continues to violate the Brown Act by putting controversial items within the consent agenda. It is very clear that the consent agenda, which you call consent calendar, is only intended for items that are not in dispute, items that have already been decided. It is, as a matter of law, impossible that there would be a quasi-judicial matter within the consent agenda. That is just a legal and factual impossibility. Nonetheless, here it is, quasi-judicial as to Maybell. I can't even believe I'm reading this. It's as if the developers of Maybell already didn't get the world's biggest, most unfair windfall by getting to build 16 mansions instead of providing homes for disabled seniors. Now you all want to actually allow them to waive the only funding, because you don't have a business tax and you don't actually charge commercial developers for the externality. The only source of revenue for affordable housing are these so-called in lieu fees, impact fees. And here you're actually saying that the Maybell developer is so destitute that they can't pay their fees. Well, let me tell you who's destitute. Those disabled seniors who expected to have a place to live, but now they don't, because instead there's 16 mansions. Do you know who else is destitute? It's the growing number of homeless people in Palo Alto. And who else is destitute are the 6 out of 7 lowest income workers, I'm gonna finish, who actually work in Palo Alto, who do not have homes because the actual ratio between lowest income jobs and homes they can afford is actually 7 to 1. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. I'm going to go ahead and try Randy Pop again. Randy, go ahead. Randy, go ahead. Our next and final speaker, Curtis Smaller.
Good evening. My name is Curtis Smoller. I've been a real estate attorney and a lawyer who specializes in secure transactions for the past 20 odd years. I am appalled by the idea of you basically giving a secured, basically taking the lien off of this property for Maybell. It's completely outrageous. I mean, I couldn't imagine anybody who's actually just does business giving up a valuable lien like the city is for nothing. That's the first part. The second is I'm also appalled at the way you've treated Rebecca. I mean, basically, I gave her a minute and a half and my wishes were completely ignored. And instead, the city decided to take it upon themselves to interrupt the people of the city, which apparently is fine. Well, that may be how you conduct business, but you really haven't conducted any business, because you clearly haven't, because if you look at the when you're giving up a security interest for nothing. But anyway, thank you very much for your time. And if anybody else was speaking, I would cede my time to them, but I guess I'm the last person. Thank you.
Thank you, Curtis. I will try Randy Pop once more. Randy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. No response, Mayor Fine. That's our final speaker.
Okay. Thank you to our speakers on that item. Mr. Pop, I apologize you couldn't get through. Please do send us an email if that's appropriate. Okay, let us please vote on the consent calendar. We have a motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Niss. Let's go alphabetically. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously. And Councilmember Koo, I believe you voted no on item number 3. You have 2 minutes if you'd like to speak to that.
Sure. Firstly, I think on packet page 82, the summary of key issues that staff had mentioned. First, that the money is not, it will not be readily available to the city should it elect to support any below market rate housing development in the within that deferral timeframe. And then the city loses out on any interest earned within the deferral timeframe. So, you know, I could understand deferring the in lieu fees and collecting in the timeframe that is indicated in this staff report. But the thing is, the development impact fee, it would be something that would that should be collected. And it actually, there's the development impact fee summary where it is contributed to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different areas in this city, especially at this time when we're having budget issues. So I don't think that we should have deferred that. Thirdly, I just want to say, this almost sounds like a construction loan to me. If that's the case, then our interest rate is a little bit low. I'm not in the commercial business or building industry or construction industry. However, going to a construction lender, it's usually at 9%, and we're charging an interest rate at 4% for them to defer this. And it is setting a terrible precedent in doing this. This same developer has all those units that he's proposing developing on San Antonio. Is that the same kind of proposal that he's going to come back to us? And then what happens with the next developer and the next developer? So I think that this is a very poor precedent to set. I certainly hope that we can collect on this lien also, because obviously their first lender is the one who's going to get paid. Is the city going to be in, what position is the city going to be in? I mean, this is not something that should be on the consent calendar. It should be actually put on the action calendar, but hence my no vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's please move to city manager comments, and then I suggest we take a short break.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I have a few items I'd like to provide a quick report on. Let's see. Thank you. Get the slides going. Let's go to slide 2. Okay, just a quick update on our ongoing partnership with the County of Santa Clara to provide testing, community testing at no cost to any member of the public that would like to participate in it. This past Friday, we had our latest session at the Palo Alto Arts Center, and we're able to see 618 people run through this testing in one day. So once again, we're continuing this pattern of very good response from the public and quite frankly, remarkable productivity from the county. So really want to express our appreciation to the County of Santa Clara for putting together this testing. I personally was tested again this past Friday, so I can attest to very convenient process and very easy to make the appointment and get through as well. We do have upcoming dates roughly every 2 weeks throughout the months of November and December. And also as a reminder that the appointments can be made 7 days in advance. So once again, really, really convenient and quick turnaround on the test results. Next slide, please. All right, and then moving to ongoing issues in our state of emergency of a variety of threats. Here we are remaining or continuing in fire season with the red flag warnings, which continue as we speak. We've certainly seen throughout the Bay Area warnings, as well as power outages, PSPS, public safety power shutoffs that have been ongoing throughout the Bay. These are ongoing reminders for our public community members to take precautions and to ensure that we are connected with warnings and able to take advantage of the resources and communication tools that are in place. Would note that this past up until today, where the local red flag warning concluded, we had extra staff at Fire Station 8 at Foothills Park Nature Preserve as a precaution. Would note that additional warnings for residents west of 280 in that Foothills area could see, and in fact we've heard from our emergency services director, speaking personally, have seen power shutoffs in the PG&E served area. Also that we heard from Stanford University that the Dish area was closed and is set to reopen tomorrow. So again, a number of precautions being taken in our area, and appreciate the communities working with us to respect and respond to these changes. Next slide, please. Then to the good news, as we have been repeatedly reminding ourselves in the midst of a year of emergencies and crises, that we do want to take the opportunity to safely enjoy our holidays, including the upcoming Halloween this coming weekend, with, as has been repeated a number of times, low risk, small neighborhood celebrations, really simply with your household to the extent that that's possible, and really want to minimize any risk while maximizing the fun. So let's try to ensure that our youth are able to enjoy it, and for youth at heart. Once again, we do have a couple of events ongoing, including the Jack-O-Jaunt, as you may have heard about, opportunities to carve jack-o'-lanterns. I understand there's still capacity for burgeoning artists. I considered it for a moment myself, but decided I just don't have the skills. So will not subject anyone to observing my jack-o'-lanterns. But if you've got any skills, I think that this would be a really fun opportunity. Very low density, once again, allows people to stop by on California Avenue or University Avenue through the weekend in order to just observe and, again, participate and enjoy the holiday as a community. Also, public art scavenger hunt that will be happening throughout downtown, and scarecrow art kits that are available. Again, our community services department staff really going above and beyond to provide opportunities for the community to enjoy the spooky season. Next slide, please. Next, speaking of events, voting, which has been ongoing throughout now weeks, and really coming to the end of what has become a voting season. Would note the variety of ways that people have to submit their ballots, including now this coming weekend, starting Saturday, the opening of the vote centers, which include a number of locations, I believe 5 locations here in Palo Alto, open through the weekend through next Tuesday in order to submit ballots. Information is provided at the county's website, sccvote.org/voterschoice. I understand that the mail-in or early returns on ballots are higher in Santa Clara County than the state average, although again, I think we're always in competition with our surrounding counties to try to get those numbers up as quickly as possible. So certainly want to encourage all members of the public to submit their ballots early and as soon as possible. Next slide, please. Oh, and that is it. Mr. Mayor, back to you. Thank you, members of the council.
Mayor Fine, where are you?
Oh, it looks like the mayor has frozen.
Member Ness, are you muted?
Let me do it again. Then I'll do it through the vice mayor. I want to just encourage you to go and get tested. I know if you think you have no symptoms, whatever that may be, we are on the verge in the county of going backward. We're now in orange, and it will just take a tiny, just a slight change in one of the stats and we'll go backwards. Ed, you were there on Saturday listening, and it very much depends on what the number is who get tested and what that percentage comes out to be. We're doing really well, but people who are healthy and seem okay, like all of you, please go and get tested. I have just dropped in every time. I haven't made an appointment because I found I can drop in pretty easily. So don't hesitate. It's around the corner. It's quick. You get your answer, maybe not quite the next day, but you get it pretty quickly. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Sorry, everyone, I dropped off for a minute.
It's my commercial.
Councilmember Tanaka, then Cormac.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, City Manager, for your report. I have to agree with Councilmember Nis on terms of the mass testing, contact tracing. That's all really important. One thing I wanted to ask the City Manager about is, we've had not a crime wave, but we had like 3 residential burglaries. I don't know if you could talk a little bit about that, but I've had some people who showed some concern about that, and I know that the police are starting to step up their patrols, but I think it's good to nip this in the bud. I don't know if you could talk a little bit about that and what steps you're doing to try to proactively prevent this.
Well, I think that the information that the police department has provided is really to remind the public that while we've been in the shelter-in-place environment, that crime really hasn't decreased. So it is important for members of the community to continue to practice all steps in terms of locking doors, ensuring that they're securing property. Certainly property-related crimes have continued. And so simply an opportunity to maintain our routine while at perhaps heightened vigilance. That said, the police department is investigating as well as maintaining their ongoing patrols at a heightened level of alertness.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. City Manager, for that report, and thank you to my colleagues for the questions. I'm going to suggest we take a 15-minute break, so get back here at 8:40, and we'll get to our one action item. Thank you, everyone.
We can go a little later.
So does anyone know where the smoky smell is coming from? No. I looked in the maps but couldn't figure out where. Let's just give folks another minute or so to rejoin, and then we'll get started. Okay, I see 5 of us, so let's please resume our meeting. Item number 4 has been moved out to November 9th, so let's please consider item 4A, the consideration of a recommendations by the City Council Ad Hoc Committee on Boards, Commissions, and Committees, composed of Vice Mayor Du Bois and Councilmember Cormack, including the adoption of a handbook, training, and direction on further changes, etc. I just do want to point out to folks 2 things. One, this is a continuation from last week. Thank you to the Vice Mayor for running that meeting and to my colleagues for participating. Thank you to everyone for speaking up on it. If you spoke on that item last week, you will not be permitted to speak on it again this week, as it is still considered the same hearing. And I do just want to emphasize, given some of the feedback I heard about the tenor of the conversation, this is a draft recommendation and handbook. So changes are still in the mix, and we're looking to really come to the right place on this between council, the community, and our boards and commissions. Any comments from staff before we go to public comment?
Sure, Mayor, members of the council, if it's useful, I could do a quick overview of what we've got before you, and then turn it back to you and the ad hoc as you see fit.
Please, thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Okay, with that, then let's power up the PowerPoint if we could. All right, thank you. Let's move forward to the next slide. Perhaps to Mayor's point, we'll just do this real quickly. The information before you this evening, and that I'll go through here, is just simply to advance the recommendations from the ad hoc committee established by the council, as well as for you really to discuss your next steps. As the Mayor pointed out, this is really a opportunity for the council to discuss where you'd like to be and where you'd like to go with the handbook. I would note, as the Mayor pointed out, we have received some elements of community feedback. I would note, always the optimist that I am, that the feedback has been very positive on the existence, or really the establishment of the handbook and the efforts by the ad hoc committee and really supported by staff to put together a set of cohesive guide for the operations of our commissions and the experience, and hopefully the positive experience of our boards, commissioners, and committee members. So that's it. Let's do a quick overview of the process and the product to this point. Next slide, please. Just to go through a bit of the chronology of what brought us to this evening, dating back to last December, when the council had discussion and provided guidance on the boards, commissions, and committees direction, and that actually know this back a year before with the prior mayor's establishment of the ad hoc committee, and then the following work by our ad hoc committee with the online survey of the former participants and present participants of your boards and commissions, then leading to council discussion throughout the month of February, then leading into the additional information that ultimately you've got before you and the actions that were taken with respect to the Human Relations Commission and the Public Art Commission. Now, the shelter in place and work related to the pandemic did set us back a bit in terms of continuing the work, but we were able to, with the participation both of the ad hoc committee as well as our staff, to put together a draft that is really coming forward for you to really identify where you'd like to take the overall product and the specific elements included. Next slide, please. Just a quick overview of some of the key elements of what is in the handbook. First, it does establish the basis for training for the boards and commissions. You just use that shorthand. Also, that does establish and articulate what really is in existence in terms of a process for removal of board and commission member, but really does try to articulate and provide some clarity as to process and or circumstances, however the council would like to establish that. Does establish attendance standards, as well as establish or identify a process for the adoption of annual work plans by each of the boards and commissions, including council review and ability to approve any changes. Would note as we go through the particulars here that all of the elements included here are a result of both the discussion of the ad hoc as well as a number of other handbooks that were used and discussed previously by the council that were used as reference points. There were a total of 10 agencies that were used as references. There were 4 specific agencies, which included cities of Mountain View, Redwood City, Richmond, and Sunnyvale. And in addition to those 4, a number of other organizations that had identified or that had information readily available online. So virtually all of the elements that we are identifying here are referenced to a certain degree by other agencies. And we could always discuss that in a little more detail if the council would like to have that background information. But that said, none of these items were simply brought up unilaterally and don't have a basis of prior council discussion or these other benchmarks that were used. Does have in the draft in front of you the inclusion of the suggestion of term limits and previously discussed by council, and also some structure or timing changes with respect to the recruitment process and application, as well as now a proposed code of conduct for boards and commission members, and then finally establishing additional council expectations related to boards and commission members. So with that, I believe the last slide here is just to recap that you've got before you the ad hoc committee recommendations, as well as a number of other elements that the council had identified or the ad hoc had identified for possible discussion. With that, Mr. Mayor, back to you and the council for discussion.
Thanks, Mr. Shikata. Just want to let my 2 colleagues on this ad hoc speak if you have any framing comments, Vice Mayor Du Bois or Councilmember Cormack, anything before we go to the public and then back to council?
Member Cormack, would you like to go?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd be happy to. Just setting the stage. I just went back and looked at my documents from when we first started this work, and our objective that the Vice Mayor and I wrote together was review and revise the purpose, process, and standards for boards and commissions to efficiently and effectively work with the City Council. And I just want to thank the 123 people who received the survey and the 66 people who responded, so many members of our staff who worked on this. I know it's taken a long time to come, but and I know there's a lot here to consider, but I'm really glad that we're finally getting to this, and I look forward to my colleagues' comments.
I have a few comments. Echo everything that Allison just said. I would say, this is a draft. We've been getting a lot of good feedback, and I think we recognize we need to tweak some of the wording to really capture the intent. This ad hoc started December 2019, so it has been quite a while. And if you guys remember back then, we had a pretty lengthy discussion of, should this go to policy and services, which was looking at council protocols at the time. We decided to go to this ad hoc. As Councilmember Cormack mentioned, we did a survey in January. We came back to council in February. Several items remained open then. And as was said, we really, I think, got slowed down by the pandemic. And most of the time has been staff working on this draft of the handbook, which we've been reviewing. And so along with a few other items, I think most of the ad hoc work is nearly complete. We followed through on what you authorized us on February 24th. We did things like update the application process, training. As you saw in the handbook, there's this idea of annual work plans. And I would say that Councilmember Cormack and I worked well together. We didn't agree on 100% of the items, so that's why you see some open items here. We were generally aligned, I think, in most places. We did look at a lot of other cities, and I think we tried to pick kind of the best that we saw from other cities' handbooks. I would like to say, I guess maybe suggest a little bit of a process. I mean, if we start to get into extensive changes, I'd recommend that Councilmember Cormack and I take the feedback and go back to the ad hoc one last time and do another pass. I think we could do that before the end of the year. If there are only minor tweaks, we might be able to do it tonight. But if it starts to get pretty extensive, I think it's going to be hard to write it as 7 people. Just to touch base on a few of the items, just to indicate kind of where I am on some of these things. I think we should tweak the policy on the press. I think, again, a lot of it is correct. I think for me, I would just delete the part about the media should generally avoid talking to the press, and really clarify that this is about not politicizing our boards and commissions, that boards and commissions are here to assist council, to provide advice to council, not to be oppositional or kind of a shadow cabinet or anything like that. So the intent wasn't to muzzle people from talking to the press, but to make it clear that you're talking for yourself, which is a lot of the other language that's in there. I think some of the timing on the work plans will be a change. It'll take some work, but the idea was really to get a lot of these commissions aligned with a plan as early in the year as they can pull off. Again, the idea of term limits, the suggestion is 2 4-year terms, similar to council. Some of our commissions and boards have 3-year terms. I think we could consider 2 or 3 3-year terms. I mean, there's a lot of ways we could do it. We did want to have some clear codes of conduct and expectations for attendance. There's a lot of other details that I guess we can come back to as we hear your comments. I would say one thing that had a lot of public comment last week, we weren't really proposing a change to the process for removal. Currently, there's a sentence, it says council can remove people from boards. So we did add some additional language. Maybe we need a bit more, but we can talk about that. But really the intent wasn't to change anything there. It was just to provide some clarification. Just skimming through my notes here. Yeah, I think those are the highlights. I definitely have more details, but let's get into the conversation, and then we're happy to jump back in.
Great, thank you both. Councilmember Niss, I see your hand, or is it okay if we go to the public first? You're on mute, but I think I read your lips to say go to the public.
Do go to the public, thanks.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, let's please go to members of the public who wish to speak on item 4A, our council ad hoc on boards, commissions, and committees. And just a quick reminder to folks, if you have previously spoken on this item, we'd appreciate if you do not do so again tonight. And so if the clerk would help those folks provide their comments.
Sure, Mayor Fine. Our first speaker is Curtis Smaller, to be followed by Sam Kaplinski.
Good evening, Council. I've reviewed your policy regarding people speaking as private citizens and preventing them from speaking to the press. This is directly in violation of the First Amendment under the case Garcetti versus Ceballos, in which Scalia, who I'm sure some of you admire, basically said that citizens who speak on their own behalf are allowed and are protected by the First Amendment. It's very clear to me that this entire handbook is based on keeping people from speaking. It's based on the council actually politicizing the situation even further. And any idea that it's not being politicized is just outrageous. What you have right now is the fact that you have people who are being appointed on political grounds who are not qualified. And instead, what you have is that they're chosen because they support very political views. And then if they comes out and they disagree later on, well, then they can get kicked off. And if they get kicked off, they then can't talk about it. So, I mean, it's just simply outrageous to me that this is being used in a way that now there's a handbook that basically is going to codify the stymieing of public discourse and conversation. This is going the exact opposite direction of our country. Our country is coming out from underneath the jackboot of politicians that are pushing them down. Instead, we are contributing to it. Well, maybe that's what you want, and that's the legacy that you want to have. But I can tell you that I think the vast majority of people out there, the people who are educated and smart and empathetic to each other, want there to be.
And you can't stop people from speaking twice. That is illegal too. You need to allow every single member up there to speak again. Back to you, Curtis.
Thank you.
And I just broke your rule.
Thank you.
So there you go.
Thank you.
Sue me.
We're done. Rebecca, really?
We can't do it.
Rebecca.
Our next speaker is Sam Kaplinski, to be followed by Joseph Rose and then Michelle Wang. Sam, go ahead.
Hello, I'm back to talk about the skate park. So I think it's pretty clear that we have a large need, and although
Sam, we're speaking on the council's board and commission handbook, and that's what this topic is. It's not on the skate park.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Joseph Rose.
I was going to talk about the skate park, but because that's not the topic, I learned my.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Pat Burt.
Good evening, and thank you to the council and the ad hoc committee for taking on this task. I hope you had a chance to read the comments that I submitted to you on this. A lot more than I can fit in the 2 minutes, but basically, my recommendations are that you readdress 5 areas: the role of the commission liaisons, the communication and public disclosure of all communications requirement by placed on board and commissioners, advocacy, addressing the media, and removal from office. So the liaison role, I think there needs to be strengthened language to really make sure that we avoid what has occasionally been a practice of council members using their liaison roles to further their own policy agendas. On the communication, that's really on disclosure. And suddenly there's a recommendation or that all matters, all communications of any substantive way, including of information, not just communications with people, be disclosed. So if a board or commissioner conducts their own research or has on a non-quasi judicial matter, has communication with members of the public, then that suddenly is required to be a disclosure. That goes way beyond what are the council protocols. And so I recommend that the board and commissions are aligned with the council protocols. On the advocacy, it says that the BCC members shall represent the official policies and positions of the council. And that's not their responsibility. Their responsibility is to advise the council. There may be occasions where board and commission members don't agree with the council on their areas and policies, and that's not their obligation to represent the official policies. It's their obligation to advise the council. And this, as written, it extends beyond even the scope of their board and commission to all policies. On addressing the media, I'd also raise the concern on directing their communications through the city's chief communication officer. It would be great to have that officer as a resource to them, but having them to go through them is a requirement. And lastly, really avoid the politicization of the appointment and removal process. It should be based upon ethical or legal violations or patterns of absences or misconduct to staff or colleagues or the public, or other things that undermine the trust in the council or the commission, but not arbitrary reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Our next speaker is Tara Kaplinski. Tara, if you're speaking on the board and commission item, please go ahead. Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach.
Yes, I want to thank you all for working on this. I think that this manual is really needed. I particularly support parts that go to offering support and training to commissioners. I think that that is something that has been weakened as time has gone on lately. And I think that our commissioners deserve heightened support and training and support while they're in their meetings. But I also want to say some of what Pat Burt just said, I think makes a lot of sense. And something that I have been thinking about is that commissioners as they make their decisions, there's they are to advise the council, but sometimes in doing so, their advice somewhat differs with what council eventually, and sometimes there's quite a gap. There can be many, many months when council takes up an issue. And during that time, obviously, they would want or need, or the press asks them to speak. And I think that that's right and proper as long as when they speak, they're clear who they're speaking for and not speaking for. And the other thing is, I think arbitrarily just dismissing a commission member for no cause is concerning, because while it may not seem like it could happen, but the off chance that people could be dismissed for political reasons or for improper reasons is really quite chilling to think that that could happen. And we do know that our commissions have gotten unfortunately more politicized by through their appointments. And so I think we need to take it seriously. Please take your time if you need to make quite a few changes, and don't think you have to make decisions tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Winter. And our final speaker is Sam Kaplinski.
Could you
Sam, go
please,
ahead.
can you please refer the topic of the skate park off to Parks and Rec and prioritize the project, please?
Mayor, that's our final speaker.
Okay, thank you everyone for your comments, both this week and last week. Let's return to council. I guess I would encourage us to kind of, one, make a decision about whether we, intend to rewrite portions of this manual, this handbook tonight, or whether we want to give, general direction to the ad hoc committee. I'll leave that to my colleagues. And with that, let's just open it up. Councilmember Niss.
So let me just answer a couple of your questions first. I don't know where this will end up, but it sounds as though it needs some more maybe attention by the ad hoc group. And secondly, a question. Was this not referred to policy and services for a reason? Did we make up a reason? I don't remember.
I think
what was in this shape. Would it not have been good to take it from this shape to policy? We're discussing a policy. A lot of policies, actually.
Ad hoc members, I might put you on the spot, but as I understood it, there was some discussion of it last year. Mayor Filseth appointed the ad hoc committee. I chose to continue it, and the two council members have been working on it since.
Yeah, I went back and looked, and it was December of 2019. We had a big discussion, and I think we decided then that the ad hoc committee could get through it and potentially get it done quicker than sending it to policy and services. So we did have a very explicit discussion about that. I remember that time you weren't necessarily happy with that, Councilmember Niss, but
I guess I still wouldn't be. I'm still puzzled that we're discussing policies extensively, and we're not referring it to the policy committee. That's rather peculiar to me. If I've been overridden, I've been overridden. But I would say in the future, you might wonder why two people addressed it and not a committee. So let me go on from there. I think overall, I think it's great. I think it's wonderful to have something that's this explicit that new members can look at, they can refer it back to. It's a mechanism for tracking. It's very good for that. There are, as someone has said, several areas here that I think need to be discussed. So one of them is removal. And I think actually, thanks Pat Burt for apparently coming along early and putting out what I think actually would be a good way to look at removal. But I want to talk about it from the perspective that the booklet put forth, which was that you could be voted off without reason. And that really troubled me because through the years, we've frequently had discussions about who is on the planning commission or who isn't on the planning commission. And I could actually imagine a time when we would, as a new council, when new council sits down, takes a look at the planning commission and says, 2 or 3 people there don't work for us. Here's a way to get rid of them. Just vote them off without reason. So I would really object to that. I think there should be a reason. Pat laid out a number of those that I think would actually be feasible. And I would far rather see that in this booklet, in this handbook, than to see the ability to simply say, I presume I make a motion that Tom Du Bois be removed. Okay, gets a second. And there are 4 votes. That would be really stunning. So I hope we don't end up with that. I won't make a motion on that yet, Mayor Fine, but when the time comes and after we've had some discussion, that would be one of the ways that I would move in that direction. So mine is about removal.
Thanks, Councilmember Niss. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. I only gave preliminary comments earlier, and I do apologize to everyone, but there's an awful lot in this item, so I'm just going to go in my usual order of telling what I like in here. And the first part is around training. And for those of you who still have the February item and have all the board and commission survey at the back, I'm on pages 32 and 33. And the number of comments about training, understanding boundaries, et cetera, are significant. So I think having training that goes beyond what are you supposed to do and not do based on the Brown Act is going to be remarkably helpful, and I look forward to that. With respect to the work plans, which there hasn't been a ton of discussion about, we've received a few detailed emails. I concur with the Vice Mayor's comments that we'll start the process and we'll figure out if we need to change it a little bit. But the work plans really get at the parts in the survey where it was really confusing what the council's interests and priorities was: lack of requests from council, lack of council involvement in action, et cetera. And I've certainly observed this probably over the past, I guess, 12 years now of attending board and commission meetings, that there can be a gap. So I think the work plans will be a great way to start. Another thing we've done is we've written a cover letter, and we would like to rewrite the application slightly. They didn't unfortunately make it into this particular version. They're minor modifications of the questions, but some of them have a sort of old school description. So that's what I'm really happy about. Questions that we should all discuss tonight. Do we want to make all of these appointments all at once, not near elections? I'm sort of tired of this discussion and the fights over what do we do when and deferring things. I don't think it serves anyone well. And I think there might be some benefit if you were a member of the community trying to decide what to apply for, to know, oh, hey, it's spring. This is the time to apply for boards and commissions, and here are all the ones that are available. So it's confusing to me, and I'm a council member, what we do when and why. So I'll toss that out as one suggestion about how and when we do the appointments. With respect to term limits, that's another thing we should discuss tonight, and don't know if we'll be able to decide it. They are inconsistent. Some are 3 years, some are 4 years. We need to figure out and sort of reconcile those. And so we'd like everyone tonight to think about that. Whether or not the Public Parks and Recreation Commission should be 5 or 7 is a third topic. We've moved a few of them down to 5, and we should talk about that. And then finally, one thing that hasn't come up and is whether or not we could have student representatives. I think almost every one of these boards and commissions would benefit from having a student perspective. Think about all the skate park comments we've heard tonight. If there was actually a student on the Parks and Rec Commission, they might have just brought it up there. Think about all of the people who've come forward and talked about sustainability, all of the young people who are so concerned about climate action. Wouldn't it be great if one of them could serve on the Utilities Advisory Commission? Think about what's gone on with Black Lives Matter and the mural. Wouldn't it be great if one of our students could participate on the Art Commission? So I hope my colleagues will really seriously consider that. And a non-voting member, maybe an advisory vote. I think there's a real opportunity for us to integrate the students who are so interested in government in our day-to-day work, so they can get a better appreciation for it. And then on to the suggestions part. I actually don't think that the data in the survey bears out the belief that the council liaisons need to be less involved. I think it's the opposite. The biggest problem that the board and commission members cite for council liaisons is lack of attendance. So I actually think we should be more clear around that. If we're going to have liaisons and we expect them to attend, we should say that. If we're going to have liaisons and we don't expect them to attend, then we should say that. I think leaving it up to the individual council member is confusing for the boards and commissions. With respect to removal, I think we received last week some information from Carrie Templeton, and this week some information from Pat Burt, not coincidentally, both candidates. around the removal. And I think if we combine those two parts, I think we'll get to something better. And with respect to media conversations, I think there were also some excellent suggestions about how to make that wording more appropriate, and I'm supportive of those. It looks like I got that all in under 5 minutes. So.
Thanks, council member. I might riff on a few of the points you've identified. In terms of timing, agreed it would be helpful to move this away from end of year and / or elections. Springtime, maybe we do all the appointments that are open and we have one recruitment per year. We may need to go back to that. In terms of term limits, I'm generally supportive of, I think, 2 terms in a board or commission. Maybe you have a break for 2 or 4 years, and then you can come back for another 2. And as I think about it, 3-year boarding commissions may be appropriate. I know 4 lines up with council, but 3 years is still a good amount of time to come up to speed, provide input, and really help the city move forward. On Parks and Rec, moving to 7 to 5, I'm split on this one. I think of the boards and commissions we have that should be at 7, just in terms of breadth of work and the knowledge needed. Parks and Rec, PTC really stand out for me. And I know we've changed other ones and made different arguments. So I'm a little split on that. In terms of student representatives and liaisons, I don't really know if anything needs to change on that. I've never seen enormous issues. I know each of us do our liaison duties differently. Some just attend, some don't attend, some provide lots of input. I've never seen an issue from that. And so I don't really see if there's a problem we're seeking to solve on that. 2 other big areas. On communications, I think board and commission members, committee members should feel free to speak with the press. They should just be explicit about who they're representing. Is it themselves as a commissioner, as a resident, as a speaker for that board or commission, as the chair, et cetera. And as others have mentioned, if the city's communications functions could be an asset to them, that's great. And in terms of removal, I cannot support removal without a reason and without a hearing. As Councilmember Niss mentioned, you can get a new council and they want a more friendly and amenable planning commission or ARB or you name it, and they just remove them without cause. That's actually not okay to me. I think we can all acknowledge that these appointees and the process for it is political, but I really do want us to have board and commission members who serve independently, who have different opinions, and can push back and challenge council. I think that's extraordinarily important. And I would be really, really disappointed if we allow removal without a reason or without a hearing. Those are my comments for the moment. Maybe later I can make a motion on those latter 2, but I'm sure others have different thoughts. Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak on this one. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. Since nobody raised their hand, I'll take a crack at this. So I agree. Training for new members is actually essential. I think that people coming in, there should be some orientation, training, kind of get them on board. With regards to the removal of a board, commission, or committee member, I have concerns about just the removal as well. I think that we should go through a process, and some of the ideas that Mr. Burt had submitted is something to consider. Attendance for the board commission members, I think that that's very important in order to make sure that they are able to. I mean, most of the time in the interviews, that is one of the questions that is asked. And, there should be a minimum number of attendance time. Should they miss that could be something that we would consider for removal as well. Adopting a work plan, I think that is absolutely necessary. So then council should actually work with the boards and commission. Terms, I agree with the mayor, and 3 years might work, but there should be a term. I also think that the council liaison, I take that very seriously because I do see, and I attend most of my assignments, and a lot of the commissioners and the board members, as well as committee members, are very appreciative when we are there. And I do think that if something comes up, we're able to speak to what the commission or the board has been doing and answer those questions. With our regional assignments, oftentimes it's actually pretty, sometimes I get from other council members from other cities who ask, so where was your representative? Why were they not there? So I think, you know, for here in Palo Alto, I do think we need to be there to support the commissioners and board members as well as committee members. So I do think that is a very serious matter. Interviews, yes, agree. We should move it into the springtime. And I am serving now as the Parks and Recreation Council liaison, and I see the amount of work that they have on their plate. They are in charge of a very vast number of duties and tasks, and I think that they should remain at the 7. 5 would be spreading them too thin. You know, in terms of student representatives, I think that, you know, it'll be great if they are part of that for a year, maybe. It would be lovely to hear from them and what they think. That's a missing voice oftentimes. So that's, I think there's one more on the other page. Yeah, so that's that for now. I do have some other things I wanted to mention. And I agree with Councilmember Nis that I don't think it needs to be rushed. I think there's certain things that we may decide, but I think it should go back to the ad hoc for them to review it a little bit further and take our comments for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Other colleagues wishing to speak on this item? Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so thank you to the ad hoc for putting this together. I appreciate your guys' work on this. I found it a very interesting recommendation. So I guess let me just kind of start down on a list here. So I guess first of all, in terms of removal, to be voted off without a reason or hearing, to me is very unusual, and I could not support that. To me, as other council members said, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me why we would do that. So I would not support that. In terms of restricting members from being able to talk to the press, I mean, it's like a First Amendment right. I also think that's a little bit weird. I think as long as people are clear and not misrepresenting who they're representing, if they represent themselves or the commission or whatever it might be, I think, in fact, I think we want to encourage our commissioners and board members to actually get out in the community and do the footwork that sometimes is hard for us to do. So I don't think we want to muzzle our commissioners. Doesn't make sense to me. Student representatives, that could be an interesting idea. Because I definitely think that youth voice isn't heard as well as it could be. So I think that could be a very interesting idea. I think we have to figure out how to do that though, but it's certainly interesting. I have to agree with Councilman Ness in terms of policy and services. This does seem like a policy and service thing. So I'm kind of surprised also why it doesn't go to policy and services. So if you guys want to go in that direction, I would be supportive of that. One thing that I thought was interesting is I think Mayor Fine and myself, we were both commissioners. I don't know if anyone else had served on a commission. I don't know. Is it just us?
I believe us, and then Councilmember Koo and I were on the Citizens Advisory Committee.
Yes, you guys. Okay, okay. So, oh, I guess the Vice Mayor was too. Which one were you on, Vice Mayor?
Sorry, I worked on our housing element.
Housing element. Okay. So I've served on the Planning Commission for a couple terms, and also on the Infrastructure Blue Ribbon Commission. And you know, so I also see the perspective of it as a commissioner, and I actually think, you know, we look at our council tonight. It's kind of an exceptional council meeting. We're going to probably end early for our council meeting, but most council meetings were jam-packed, right? I mean, the breadth of topics we have to be expert in is quite daunting. And one thing I don't think we do as good of a job of that I think we really could is really leveraging our boards, commissions, and their expertise and basically their ability to have a lot more time than us. And so I actually think we should try to empower our boards commission more, so that some of the things that perhaps we don't have as much time for, like for instance, the skate park. The skate park's been something that I've heard from a lot of community members on. You know, it's something which the Parks and Rec should actually move forward. I think when the community members try to get Parks and Rec to do it, but they need a recommendation from council. So, I mean, I would actually support what the city manager said earlier, and refer this to Parks and Rec. But Parks and Rec themselves can't really be empowered to do this on their own right now. So I think we need to look at how do we enable this. I think one thing that's important in terms of empowering a board's commission to let them do all the footwork is to believe in their recommendations. And so, for instance, one thing that came up several times when I was on the plan commission was, perhaps maybe unanimous recommendations on our boards commissions come on consent calendar for city council. So we don't have to rehash all the same thing over again. It could still be pulled. We could still look at them again. But I think this kind of frees us up to work on other things. And if it's something that's really important, we thought the commission got it wrong, we could still pull it from consent as we do other items. I mean, the alternative, and it's something which I mentioned like a while back, which is if we have trouble believing in our boards and commissioners because we didn't necessarily appoint them ourselves personally, the other thing is there are some places where boards and commissioners are appointed by individual council members, so that it's our representative, and so we don't feel compelled that we can't trust them because we're appointing them ourselves. So that's another possible direction. In terms of term limits, I think the clerks mentioned that, I don't know if it's still true though, mentioned that we're short in terms of applicants for some of our boards and commissions. I don't know if that's still true, but if I can imagine that because of term limits, maybe we're gonna lose someone with experience that we really need that could add a lot of input to the community. So I think in terms of term limits, I think it's kind of a two-edged sword. I think we want to give people a new chance, but it's easy for the council to do that, just vote the new person in. In terms of reducing the commission sizes, like 7 to 5 on the Parks and Rec, to me, it seems like there's enough work to be done that why limit it? It doesn't cost us any more. And there seems to be people interested. So that's my feedback. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Fulseth.
Okay. So let me make a couple comments on these. And so first of all, standardizing on an appointment timing schedule, I think that actually makes a lot of sense. I think, sometimes we get a plethora of applicants for these things, and we have to choose between, gee, I want to appoint all these people, and I can't, right? And then other times we hardly get anybody, and we have to extend the period and so forth. And I think if we trained everybody that and ourselves that, okay, this is the windows for these things, I think that'd be a lot clearer. Also, there's been a bunch of discussion about sort of lame duck appointments to boards and commissions, and I don't know that there's a lot of abuse of that, but it invites controversy, right? And so, and for no particular reason. And so I would be supportive of moving to a more standardized appointment schedule. Term limits, pros and cons to that. You hate to lose institutional knowledge if you get people that are really experts on stuff. So, so pros and cons to that. You could consider longer terms than 2 for the council. I agree with somebody. I think it was actually the mayor that might have said this. Parks and Rec has a lot of work and has a lot of stuff to do, and I'm not sure going from 7 to 5 at this point. There's a compelling argument for that. Couple of the other points: student representation, boards and commission attendance, and so forth. Or liaison attendance. I think let's be explicit what problem we're trying to solve on that, and if there is one. On the removal issue, I agree it shouldn't be, and it certainly shouldn't appear, sort of arbitrary, right? At the same time, you worry about getting into a process where, okay, there's going to be a public hearing and people are going to argue the case as to whether this person violated the standard or didn't violate the standard. And are we all going to hire lawyers for that? I mean, so there must be some way to strike a balance here where there's some guidelines, but I mean, does the council have the power to remove commissioners or not, right? If it's going to go to a public hearing and so forth, well, maybe the council doesn't have the power, right? If the council does have the power, then why are you constraining the council to jumping through hoops for it and so forth? So I would hope that there's some way to strike a balance there, that maybe there's some guidelines, but ultimately at the end of the day, these are council appointed committees and council ought to be able to, to staff them the way they want, right? And the council represents the community, elected by the community, and so forth. And given that these are advisory bodies to the council, and they are volunteers, and and they're essential volunteers, but at the end of the day, they're still council committees. And the real question is, does the council have the power to do this or not? So that would be my 2 bits on all these things. As far as the First Amendment's concerned, a number of people have spoken tonight and said they're lawyers, and I'm not one. So maybe they're right, but First Amendment says you can't be thrown in jail for speaking your mind. It doesn't. There's a lot of other things that it doesn't protect you from. Okay, so thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss, and then Vice Mayor.
Okay, Adrian, have you had a chance?
I spoke briefly earlier, and I have a couple more I'll go over.
Then
I haven't had a chance, but do you want to go?
I think we've had Nis Cormack, Fine, Ku, Tanaka, Filsef. I think that's everybody. So we're on round 2.
Yeah, I haven't spoken in this round.
Except for the opening. Sorry. Liz, do you want to let the Vice Mayor go quickly, and then we'll come to you?
Absolutely.
Cool. Thanks,
Sorry
Tom.
to jump in.
Is outranking me.
So first of all, I just wanted to say, I think we want to try to get this mostly right to launch it, but I think we should look at it as a living document that's going to change over time. Again, just to echo what I've heard, I think I've heard pretty much consensus on tweaking the policy towards the press, clarifying that people can talk to the press, but keeping the other language in there that you need to make it clear that you're speaking for yourself. You don't represent the city. I think I heard a little bit on work plans, not a lot. So again, I'm taking notes. So I think again, some clarity on term limits, whether it's 3 or 4, we just need to decide, and I can go either way. The role of the liaison, again, I think there might be some advantage to providing a little more clarity around expectations for that role. I'm hearing mixed comments on that one. I agree with moving the interviews to the spring, and then maybe the fall recruitment is to do replacements for people that go off of a board or commission for whatever reason. I agree that Parks and Rec should stay at 7 for a lot of the reasons that have already been said. On removal, so I'm kind of half agreeing. So I agree. I think we should put in the document that it should not be removal for political perspectives. The removal should be based on legal or ethical violations, pattern of absences. Like we could list some specific reasons. I do not support having a hearing. One of the things we heard on the ad hoc, that cities that have some kind of process, they often get hung up, and you can get into a very involved process. And I think Councilmember Filseth said it pretty well. I mean, ultimately, council votes a majority to appoint people. I think we should have a reason to remove somebody, but I think it should just be a council decision and not a long drawn out process. I would support student reps. I think an advisory vote makes sense. There are a couple other topics. I think some of the public comments added some things that maybe we didn't consider. Maybe talking about particularly for PTC, ARB, when they should be talking to the public and talking to applicants. There used to be a standard around that, and that's kind of gone away. I think it used to be, that when the application was active, they basically were keeping it as a public meeting. I think narrowing the P2C and ARB for quasi-judicial procedures. The current wording seems overbroad. It says that the board and commission members must share substantive information relative to the matter from any source. I think we're specifically talking about quasi-judicial there. I think that needs to be tightened up a little bit. Also, maybe we want to consider something about timing of materials coming to commissions, similar to council. Some people submitted emails about last minute packets and things to commissions. Right, and then again, maybe being more explicit on the role of a commissioner. Again, they serve council, the council appointed, but I agree with some of the comments about their role is to advise council. And again, I think we're trying to strike a balance here between getting a lot of opinion and getting a lot of feedback. That is definitely their role, to advise us without kind of overly politicizing it. And again, I think maybe you should tweak a little bit of the language around the role, that they should bring issues, they should highlight things maybe they disagree with us. You bring back multiple options. Some of it, when you read it today, it's kind of like they need to be totally aligned with council, but at the same, so there's a little bit of balance there. So I think that's it. So I did hear a lot of alignment on many issues, and I think Councilmember Cormack and I can have pretty clear direction. There's still a couple of open areas.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Mayor. I think if I had to identify the areas where there's still some disagreement or open discussion, as one is term limits, if any. Two is maybe a little bit about a removal, whether there's a hearing, whether there's a reason. Parks and Rec, it sounds like there's a couple of us who are in favor of 7, but if there are folks in favor of 5, please speak up. 2 other points. So one, on the removal issue, I'll just really reemphasize. I mean, as the Vice Mayor mentioned, right now I think the code says, commissioners, board members may be removed by the council. And my understanding of that is a majority vote. So the process today would be 2 or 3 council members would come forth with a memo. And if they got a majority of votes to remove a commissioner or board member, that would happen. That's my understanding. Is that correct, City Attorney Stump?
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So that's the process right now. And that would entail a discussion, right? We would have a memo, we would name a name. You may or may not have to give a reason, but you would have a discussion, which is effectively a hearing. And that person, that community member would be able to show up and, at least have their 2 or 3 minutes to speak their piece and, potentially get colleagues, friends, other commissioners to speak up as well, which I think is really important, especially as you think about having somebody removed from a commission for no reason could impart significant reputational professional harm. And I think we need to be really careful of that as council members, community members, and elected leaders here in this town. One other thing we haven't touched on so much is ad hocs. I know there's been kind of a back and forth about which board and commissions use ad hocs. Are there too many? Do they need sign off from the council in a work plan? I think the work plans are a great idea. I think it will build alignment between the council and those boards and commissions to make them more productive. That's great. But I'm actually also okay with if they devote 10 or 20% of their time to ad hoc issues that a majority or a group of commissioners find is important, as long as it's not excessively draining of staff time, I think that's totally reasonable. And there have been a few items like that. Parks and Rec is a great example, where I think our city has really actually benefited and moved and changed from those ad hoc initiatives. So those are my thoughts. please raise your hand if you'd like to speak again. I do want to just return to Vice Mayor and Councilmember Cormack. Do you two want a more formal motion, or what areas do you still want some direction on? Please just pipe up and.
I would say if the will of the council, I sound like staff when I say it this way, if the will of the council, is that the vice mayor and I take another crack at this, I'm not convinced that we need direction per se. I think there's really good alignment, and we could come back with option A and option B, for example, on term limits. So I think that's possible. I also heard what Councilmember Niss said about policy and services, and I was laughing because I do recall that the reason that the former mayor, Phil Seth, chose it to be an ad hoc is because he thought it would move faster. And I know I promised him it would, but nobody was expecting a pandemic. So I think it makes sense to give it back to the ad hoc. In the event it goes to policy and services, I'll get it either way. But I do think there's fair amount of engagement with the level of details of reviewing all of the examples that the city manager mentioned before. So if it is sent to policy and services, my colleagues on that committee would need to get up to speed by going through all those details in order to be able to do the next level of work.
Okay, Mr. Vice Mayor, are you roughly agreed?
I agree. I think the one major issue that would be difficult is this idea of a hearing. And again, maybe the city attorney can speak a little bit. Like today, there is no right to a hearing, and that I think carries a lot of weight with it versus what you described, Mayor, of a colleague's memo and council discussion and vote. That is not a hearing. So, and I know the city attorney had mentioned maybe some other cities and some experiences with this.
Right. So thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The general rule is that a hearing is not provided. There's flexibility for the council to, the council expresses itself through a majority vote, which happens at a public meeting, but a hearing is not required. In a rare case where the circumstances, the individual facts and circumstances of a removal, and this would be very rare, of course, removal is very rare. But in the rare case where the facts and circumstances actually could have a reputational impact, such as what the mayor suggested, and I think some members of the public have also asked about this, there would be a right under the law itself, under the state and federal constitution, to an opportunity to be heard. And so that would be more than just a 2 or 3 minutes in public comment. That would need to be an opportunity that would be set up for that circumstance to allow a board member who wished it to actually have a more extensive opportunity to express their point of view.
So is that actually a requirement, did you say under state law, that if we are to remove somebody, we are required to have that kind of hearing?
It's in a rare case where the circumstances would potentially impact that person's livelihood. And that is part of the due process right of the state and federal constitutions.
Okay.
You don't need it in your rule because it's a constitutional requirement, and we would need to set that up in that very rare case.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Vice Mayor. Does that make our discussion of whether we have a hearing or not moot? I mean,
I don't think so. And again, Molly, didn't you also say that I think we were looking at other cities and that some city had a process that was quite onerous, I think, and you were suggesting not to do that.
I think Megan Horgan-Taylor may have reviewed that source material that some of us on staff looked at quite a few of these examples of these types of rules from surrounding cities similar to Palo Alto. And the customary rule is that the governing board maintains the discretion to make this decision in the way that it wishes. And I think some of the concern of the public may suggest that this would be made in an arbitrary or whimsical way. In 25 years of serving cities, I have never seen that. There's a lot of interest in maintaining those board and commission appointments. And it really is very rare for a local council to remove a board or commission member. But the rule as drafted, and most other cities have this rule also, leaves the discretion with the governing board. And what that means is not that the governing board acts lightly or whimsically, but that when the governing board does act, it's really the end of the discussion. There is the ability to go ahead and take that action, and when it's taken, then the matter is resolved. Is that helpful?
I think so.
Still a bit confused, but okay. Okay, I see a couple hands going up. Council members Nis, Filseth, and Tanaka.
So I wanted to speak again because I'm your representative on the Cities Association. So I asked at the last meeting how others had dealt with that. What I discovered, and particularly I also talked to Menlo Park, Sunnyvale, Mountain View, and to Joe Semidian as well. And each one said that when something had arisen that went to the level of removal in some form, that whomever was in charge of that jurisdiction, whether it was the chair or whether it was the mayor, usually spoke to the person who was the subject of the whole discussion. And of that group, no one said that when somebody had been approached that they resisted. And I thought that was very telling, that for the most part, unless you have somebody serving who has maybe mental health problems, something like that, for the most part, people are glad to leave graciously rather than being voted out in public. I think that's a really tough one. And Adrian, your point was very good. Very little could damage your reputation, like being sort of blackballed by the group that initially appointed you. And I would mention that former Mayor Burt's comments, as it's listed in here about removal, I think were quite good in his letter to us, which talked about legal or ethical violations, a pattern of absences, significant misconduct towards staff, colleagues, or the public, or based on actions that undermine the public trust. I think that's a good definition of what we should look at for removal. But quite honestly, if we had thought somebody really needed to be removed, I would have talked to you, Adrian, and said, as the mayor, that's part of your job. A couple of other things. Park and Rec, I hope we will leave it at 7. Several of the Parks and Rec people spoke to me and said, we do, not only a big job, but they like it. I think they really enjoy being on that one. Back to the media again, I feel people should be very comfortable speaking with the media, but identifying that they are not speaking for whatever issue it may be that's controversial. When you speak, you simply say, I'm speaking as Joe Blow. I'm not speaking for the commission that I'm on. I love the idea of students. If the students would come, I think that would be terrific. And then one last thing I would mention is this is kind of a mixed bag document, which seems to me to be sort of a mix of a training and policy document, which is somewhat unusual. One question to the two of you on ad hoc, who would be designated to do the training?
That's going to be led by the city manager's office, but the city attorney would also be helping. And my guess is that the staff liaisons to each of them, but led by the city manager's office.
And
there was existing informal training. This would really standardize it, and I think elevate it.
So everyone would get sort of the same training, regardless of what commission or board they were going on?
Yes, that would be the foundation. Then, as currently happens, but informally, the staff liaison from each commission would reach out But then another part we haven't discussed is I think it's also important for our chairs and vice chairs to receive separate specific training on how to run a meeting. There's a wide variability and everyone's doing the best they can, but they don't have the benefit of watching our meetings or the other commissions, and nor sometimes do the staff liaisons. So a little bit of standardization around meeting management.
I'm not sure they would learn good habits by watching our meetings.
No comment.
There's one other element for the HRB, ARB, and PTC, a little bit of training on quasi-judicial matters, because those are the boards and commissions that do deal with those judging type of project judging situations. And there's some additional procedures that you need to be aware of in order to do those correctly. And then there could be some customized training in the specific portfolio of the various commissions that could be provided by the council liaison, the board or commission liaison or the department head.
And I presume they get Brown Act training. I think that's pretty automatic. How about ethics? How about gender discrimination and so forth?
So board and commission members, that Palo Alto, you as the council have been requiring board and commission members to do AB 1234 training, which is the 2 hours of ethics and conflict of interest training every other year. So they are doing that. Mostly, I believe most folks do that through online tools, and we wouldn't look to repeat that because it's pretty technical, but we could add a component of, more generalized practical ethics. I think the ad hoc's idea about the training would be that it's a tool and a support for becoming a board or commission member. You're bringing your individual expertise and your professional background and your judgment, but then you could have some assistance in coming into a group setting and being effective as a board and commission member. And that's what we want to focus on, in addition to the legal piece, which is the Brown Act.
That's
And 5 minutes.
One last thing, if I might, because, and I think someone else mentioned this, it's easy for a council member to become very attached to the group that they are liaisoning and be inappropriately persuasive. So I think that isn't anything you can write into this, but I think it should be a general understanding. Thanks, Monique.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Filseth and Tanaka.
So do we need a motion here?
It sounds like not. The one area it seems like we still have a little bit of disagreement on is a removal and a potential hearing. But I think, well,
I was going to move that. I think the whole thing is pretty close. It goes back to the ad hoc committee for.
I thought they were going to take one more stab at it.
That may be a helpful motion.
But they should work with maybe work with the attorney's office to craft the language on removal.
I think that's a fair motion. Is have them take this feedback and come back with one more at bat.
Right.
Should I second the motion to take on more work? I'm happy to second it.
Do we need a motion, or are we just going to do this?
Let's do it for formality's sake. Okay. And the floor is yours. Okay.
Move to send it back to the ad hoc committee for an edit.
Good.
I'll second it. Do you want to speak to your motion?
I spoke. I think it's pretty close, and I think they know what to do, and I think they can bring it back, and we can finalize it.
Yep, totally agreed. And for the 1 or 2 areas where the ad hoc committee isn't certain, give us 1, 2, or 3 options, and we'll pick. Yep. Okay. Okay, that's the motion on the floor. I see Councilmember Tanaka.
One thing I was thinking about is, would it make sense for the ad hoc committee to also work with some of the commission boards directly? I know you did a survey, but maybe it might make sense to also engage them in the conversation as well, just to see what else we could do in the handbook to make them more effective. So I'm just throwing that out there as a potential thing that might make this strong, and also to get buy-in from people. In regards to term limits, one idea I have is maybe there should be term limits if there's not enough applicants, but if there's enough applicants, then we can have term limits. So maybe that's another way of thinking about it in case that we're short of people. Third thing that I was just thinking about is it's kind of unusual in our city. The chairs can't actually set their own agendas, right? And so I think that really limits the empowerment of our boards and commissions, even for our own committees. So that's something I've been thinking about that maybe we should enable. Because right now the staff could do it or a majority of council could do it, but that's the only way. So that's another thing I've been thinking about. And then the last item, which I'm hoping that the maker of the motion and second motion will accept, is we've heard, I don't know, 2-3 meetings already where there is definitely members of the community who are looking to try to enhance our skate park to make it more approachable for people. And but Parks and Rec, when they tried talking to them, they couldn't actually do a study on this because they don't have direction from council. So I was hoping that as part of this motion is something that the city manager suggested earlier today, whether we can refer a skate park study to Parks and Rec. So I want to see if the maker and the seconder might accept that.
I think that's pretty far afield from what this motion is. And, you know, I think that's the right way to go, but it feels weird to me to be in this motion.
I agree. I think, council member, it's outside the agenda item. It needs to come back another way. I can think about that and talk with you about it offline.
I mean, Greg, what you're talking about is, I mean, Parks and Rec and the whole council went through a huge effort over the last several years to put together a Parks and Rec master plan. Okay, so the right way to proceed is, if such a thing is going to be considered, then it ought to get into the Parks and Rec master plan somehow. There's nothing that says the Parks and Rec master plan can't be appended. Okay, but that's the direction it ought to go, rather than, you know, we vote for it tonight or something.
Okay, or if we go through this work plan and council alignment route at the beginning of each year, we can say, hey, Parks and Rec, focus on a skate park this year.
That's a good point too. That's another way at this.
Okay. Councilmember Tanaka?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Koo.
So I'm going to support the motion, but I did want to ask for consideration. Most of the commissions and boards, they're reviewing their work plan at the beginning of the year. So however you set up the appointments and the interviews, please take that into consideration, that beginning part of the year, they're putting together their work plan also. The other thing is, I just wanted to confirm, so have we made firm that we're going to keep the Parks and Rec at 7? Or
I don't think it's firm, but I think it sounds like a majority of us support keeping it at 7. And I think that's the message our 2 ad hoc members have received, if they want to confirm.
Then okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Vice Mayor Du Bois has in his notes, but I didn't hear anyone speaking for 5.
That was a majority.
Okay, so does that mean that we don't have to do a motion in order to firm that up, or?
I don't need a motion. I don't need
okay.
a motion. I heard it pretty clearly. And if Vice Mayor Du Bois agrees, then yeah, okay, we're good on that one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to confirm. Also, on some of these boards and commissions, there is the residency component. I don't know how, what was behind some of the commissions like ARB. There's no residency requirement. Is that something that we're going to explore or not?
We reviewed all of those, but we didn't make any changes. I think we had a short discussion about it a long time ago. We didn't get the sense from anyone that it was a major issue. I think the ones that have the ones that allow non-residents, it's there for a reason. For example, I think Utilities Advisory Commission allows someone who has a business in Palo Alto to apply for and serve on the commission. And my understanding, the last time I asked, it was quite a long time ago, is that with some of the more specialty areas like Architecture Review Board, and I think possibly even the Historic Resources Board, Review Board, resources, it's that there might not be enough people with that expertise in the community. And we certainly see that with applications, I think. But Vice Mayor Du Bois, what are your thoughts on the?
Yeah, I think that was right. I think particularly architecture. people serve on a board in a different city from where they work. So,
Okay, yeah, because I was looking at Architectural Review Board and it's no residency required. And I was kind of wondering, do we have residents' perspective or somebody's perspective about what the city is generally about, you know, what the architectural style is about? But if that's not being a big issue, then that's...
it doesn't say you can't live in the city, right?
You can't what?
It doesn't say that you can't be a resident, right? We have on our ARB board today, we have both residents and non-residents.
Okay, great. Also, the responsibilities and roles of the chair, that is on packet page 122. I was wondering, in the selection of the chair, would it be something to also consider that instead of having them being elected, nominated by their peers on the commission or boards, that they take turns depending on how long they've been on? If that might be something to consider, if you would kind of review that also. Is there any interest in doing that? It gets pretty contentious sometimes on certain boards.
I don't think that we got any submissions in the survey about the process of selecting. I would have to go back and double check, but when I read through it, no one, I think, gave that as an example of something that had been problematic. I think it actually hasn't been consistent. Like sometimes we have someone who's been like the chair for years in a row. So I think that's why the suggestion is that it be at least voted on every year. Certainly, you know, if people feel strongly about it, they should let us know. Vice Mayor, has that come up in any of the emails that we've received or discussions?
I don't think so. I mean, it's an interesting idea. I don't think it's come up. I did want to go back to the first thing you said, and I'd love to hear from others. I think you were talking about the timing of the work plan and the timing of appointments, and that could get kind of tricky. So I would appreciate maybe a little bit more of a conversation around that. I could see us trying to do appointments early in the spring. You know, maybe the work plans are more aligned with the fiscal year. Maybe they go June and June. I don't know. I think there's a little bit of alignment there.
It would be, you know, it would be actually fruitful to kind of discuss this with some of the commission chairs and so forth, just to find out how to align, you know, their work plan and be inclusive of their committee members. The other one was on absences. On packet page 131, I was wondering if that might be further spelled out about how many would be considered as excessive, you know, or what is the minimum of absences, and also notifying staff liaison. I mean, that's already in there, so that's not necessary, but definitely stating a time frame, how many absences would be considered acceptable or not. That's it. Thank you.
5 minutes. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Just two really quick comments, and then I'd suggest we vote. One other idea I've heard from some folks in terms of removals. Maybe it requires a supermajority vote. Maybe it's like 5 of 7. Just one idea I've heard from a couple community members. And on the question of timing, agreed with the vice mayor. Having chaired a commission, it's often a month or two into the year until a commission gets up and running, just kind of following what council's doing. So work plans may be better aligned to the fiscal year. And maybe that means appointments are, you know, early spring, something like that. But I just worry we don't want to waste too much staff and commission time with these kind of mechanics and not let them do their work. Okay, I don't see any other hands, and I'm going to suggest we vote on this very simple and straightforward motion to thank our ad hoc committee and ask them to continue and return with their work. So first up, Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss. I think you're on mute, Liz.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes, and if the clerk could just note that it was actually Mayor Fine who ended up seconding it. I offered, but he did it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for the correction. Okay, that passes unanimously. Again, thank you, Councilmember Cormack and Vice Mayor Du Bois for the work on this. Hopefully we can wrap it up by the end of the year. Okay, we now move to Councilmember questions, comments, announcements. I just have three really quick ones. One, please do go get tested for COVID if you feel the need or interested. Really important service to your neighbors. Two, go and enjoy Halloween safely as you feel most safe. And three, please, please, please make a plan to vote if you haven't done so. That's my comments. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, just a quick comment on testing. I've gone to Stanford twice. I got the results back first time on the same day and the second time like 7 a.m. the next day. So highly recommend there.
Yeah, they're quick. Councilmember Niss.
Tom, just an aside, but how did you get an appointment?
They've made it much easier now. You can get your appointment through the app on your phone and you just show up.
And no doctor needs to interview you first?
No, nothing.
Oh, that's a nice change. I
Pam
can stop driving to Hayward. Good.
PAMF has also, sorry.
Pardon?
I was just sorry to interrupt. PAMF has also put up a lot of signage that if you're a member at PAMF or Sutter, you can get testing there too.
Wait, that's new. That's great. Also, I think maybe as a council, we might want to acknowledge the new daddy among us with Arnold, who is now, is he a week plus?
Yep.
A week and a day, right? And you said he's walking and talking already, right?
Yeah.
We heard from him earlier.
we did, yeah. Off script.
Good job. That was a big baby.
Thanks, Liz. Councilmember Koo.
So I am on the Stanford Community Resources Group. I'm the liaison, and I just wanted to let the staff as well as council know that Stanford Research Stanford is moving their lands, building, and real estate department to Redwood City, and they're going to be demolishing that building, about 124,000 square feet. And so Sand Hill and Alpine Road are going to be impacted. So just wanted staff to know about this and kind of get more information from Stanford, just to make sure that Palo Alto is not going to be impacted with traffic and also the air quality as well.
What do you say, the intersection again?
It's Sand Hill Road and Alpine. So as Sand Hill goes up, because the location that they're working on is going to be off of Sand Hill.
Really? It's an office building they're taking down?
Yeah, it's their land, building, and maintenance, their real estate offices.
Interesting. Thanks, Councilmember Koo. Okay, it is 10:09 p.m. I think we're all done. Happy early
Is that
Halloween.
a record?
I think so for this year, yeah. Happy early Halloween, everybody, and I'll see you all next week. We're adjourned at 10:09 p.m. Thanks all.
Thanks.
Good night, everybody.